We are set to go with Syndicate going up against Lotus Esports and Quacks. It could not be a better matchup.
I mean, this is it, Orbital. It's do or die time for both of the teams that we have been following over the course of the Aegis' tenure here in the OQ. We followed Lotus's road in that upper bracket, and then once Lotus failed to get up there and was sort of waiting for their opponents in the lower bracket, we went down, we covered Syndicate, and now their road has coincided and crossed with Syndicate's. So these two teams have played before, Orbital. They played in the upper bracket. It was a 2-0 for a Lotus, making Syndicate look like just another team on just another Tuesday. But now I think Syndicate have leveled up. I think we have seen more from these guys. We've seen more promise from them. We've gotten to know them a little bit better. And I do think they'll come back for round number 2 with a vengeance and ready to go.
It's only in the depths of absolute
Yeah, and a really big thing about these players that was levied against this team in terms of people saying they wouldn't promote and they wouldn't be able to get into that promotion tournament. Now, obviously, on that doorstep, Orbital, was they felt that the ceiling for a lot of these players had already been reached, right? We had already seen Chad at his best when he was on Fear, when he was on Mirage Alliance. He failed on Respawn in the last open qualifier. A lot of people saying he was not able to reach that height of tier 2 anymore. He wasn't able to get in to that promotion tournament. Same kind of goes for Robbie Bob and Porsche, obviously failing to Polestar last year when they were on Lotus, that very close best of 5. They just weren't able to get over the final hurdle. And so a lot of people have been looking at Chrome in particular to be the guy that pushes them over. This top side, they are the people playing around their star-studded AD carry, and it certainly feels like it has been that way, Orbital. Chrome definitely has been the golden goose of this team, has definitely been the big pop-off X factor that we have expected from him. It's just a matter of if that top side can really reinvigorate the trust that the fandom and the tier 3 ecosystem has more or less loosened up on. I think that if we can see a performance from these guys, not only just it being solid, then we can expect them to promote and actually fight in that promotion tournament.
I mean, it's going to be a treat and a half. And right now, as we take a look at once again the other side of this bracket here in the Split 2 promotion tournament, it is going to be Syndicate Esports, a relatively fresh face, but not so fresh to the broadcast. Here it's Karsiak, BB, Fools, Sage Wabe, and Al Calamity, hoping to continue their trek into the lower bracket semifinals.
This is a team full of new talent, right? These are players, with the exception, I would say, of Sage Wabe, who really only made a name for themselves here in the 2025 season. And Sage is not that far behind. I think that his really big breakout year was just in 2024. So the pedigree of this team hasn't been super extensive, especially not compared to Lotus. And I do think one player that, as we've covered them in the lower bracket, Orbital, that has really impressed us has to be Fools, right? This man has been popping off on the front-loaded mages. He has been constantly finding the angles. He has constantly found ways to put his team back into a winning position when Syndicate do feel that they're falling behind. And I do think that is another kind of big concern about this team, because they are so new, because they haven't had time necessarily like the Lotus players to actually gel together. They make a lot of mistakes in the mid game. And this is something that we saw Lotus capitalize off on the first time when they played against each other in the upper bracket. And it's something I expect that they'll try to capitalize off of again. So we need to see that improvement from Syndicate if they want to try and make this series competitive, Orbital.
And it's a little bit of a dynamic in there as well. Not only that, I feel like Syndicate know how to play a little bit silly. We know, I believe back on Friday, I had the pleasure of watching Karsiak quite literally backdoor in one of the more awkward game wins that I've ever seen. And so it shows that not only Foles is ready to play, but Karsiak, BB, Sage Wabi, and Al Calamity, they do have what it takes, even if they are fresher to the scene. Everyone is hungry to also make their name, but I gotta agree with you. Foles has been such a fun player to watch, and considering you are looking on the other side, you know, we're looking at Chrome over there on Lotus, the fact that there is that dynamic of, are we focusing in the mid lane, try and shut down Foles if we're Lotus, and on the flip side for Syndicate, are we actually going to put a lot of pressure down to that bot side? Are we going to try and apply pressure with Saga Wybe and Al Calamity, who have been willing, I believe, to play a little bit more backseat role if necessary, but also play a little bit more aggressive if need be?
I think that Sage Wabe has had a lot of difficulties in the lane, and luckily Syndicate have managed to circumvent this issue a lot by going for the swaps. I think that their swap timers are really, really beneficial to the bot lane, but it's kind of a double tip spear, right? Not only are you giving an easier time over to Sage to give him a better laning phase and get those conditions just right for your AD carry, but you're also giving time over to All Calamity to get that pressure and that prio in the 1v2 so that he can start roaming. I think that All Calamity on his Bard has been a major talking point for this player. He has loved the champion. He's performed on it every single time. And I think that that is a really good thing to have in your pocket when you're mid jungle or just your top side in general, I would say. Orbital, I'll extend that to all three of Karziak, BB, and Fulls, has been so dominant and so willing to fight whenever the time needs to come.
And hopefully they can bring that fight a little bit further. Now, looking over on Lotus Esports side, though, if Chrome is going to get locked down, where do you actually want to extend a lot of your pressures at? Because you could look into that mid lane. I mean, Robbie Bob has a history, and you mentioned these players do have experience, but do they have what it takes to go against a little bit more of the fresh blood in there if we have to look at kind of that plan B down the line?
I feel like it's kind of the other way around, right? Obviously, whenever you're a newer player, you're a newer prospect, you know the players that you're going against. You know these names if you're a new player, because these are the names that have been around while you were watching, while you were witnessing as a spectator, rather than an actual person going into the tournament ready to face off against these guys. So I would worry a little bit more about Syndicate's ability to look across the field, see these players that have such insane pedigree, such insane experience, and have been to the high highs of tier 2, obviously Orbital, and mentally get over that hurdle. We've seen a lot of teams crumble at that, even at the highest level, even at international events. A lot of the criticisms for Western teams is that they see names on the Korean teams and they just get cold feet. So Syndicate, they got to get the warm hands, they got to get the warm blood, and they have got to be out for blood regardless of the nameplates that they see on the enemy team.
Play nameplates off for only champions. Take your pick at the end of the day, because we are into game number 1. And please keep in mind, this is a Bo5. That means it's a lot further extended in terms of, if you get to the game 4, game 5, you got to be dipping pretty deep into the champion pool. As you already saw, we are in a draft. Lotus is going to be on that blue side, Syndicate on that red, and we already see the Varus band away, a very staple. You don't want to deal with it. Shows that Lotus might be looking at a little bit more of a maybe top side of the map angle if they don't want to grab that Varus first.
And this kind of goes looping back to what we said about looking at the enemy team, right, Orbital, is that Syndicate on the red side are going to have the ability to react to a lot of these picks. I think that they have had a very figured out draft meta that they have gone for, where Fulls, for example, is not afraid to blind pick, right? But he has been going, I think, against mid laners who aren't necessarily able to punish that. Robbie Bob is not one of those mid laners. He will punish you. He will find the favorable angles. He will find the favorable matchups. So I wonder if, knowing that Lotus obviously have more experience, obviously are just a better team than most of the stuff that Syndicate have faced off in the lower bracket in the past, knowing for a fact that they actually have the ability to counter those matchups, they will approach this draft a little bit more differently and give Fulls potential counter pick on this red side, instead of doing what they always do, which is just blind him a champion and let him hands check the enemy opponent on the lane phase.
It would be a rough time to do, but of course we are taking a look at some of those power picks being banned away. As you just mentioned, Robbie Bob still looking as one of those premiers in the mid lane, so you do want to take away one of the premier playmakers out there. Azir's still held to very high contention in a lot of those mid lane roles. It does leave open a few others, though, and when I say that, it's more meta focus centric. Whenever you start looking at those uniques, which I don't want to say Azir is S+ tier or anything like that, it might leave a few options open. If you're taking a look at Lotus saying, hey, we want those priorities, might have the ability Gwen banned away on the other side.
Yeah, I think Lotus right now are just trying to take away a lot of the picks from ADC and top, right? You see that Gwen, you see that Varus. I am a little bit surprised that Syndicate were actually the ones to ban away the Aziras. Normally this is banned away from Fulls, so maybe just a little bit of that respect coming through from Robbie Bob. You can already see that they are putting a little bit more priority into the mid lane just from the bans alone, Orbital, and just trying to get Fulls into a favorable matchup. I feel like Foles, though, a lot of his ability extends just beyond the laning phase. I think that Syndicate have done a really good job at placing him in the side lane, allowing him to scale on up and, you know, be that monster in the late game. Look for those angles that can get you back into the game, if at all any of your positions are actually behind. So I think that limits a little bit what they're actually trying to do. I think Syndicate have gone for a very samey draft style in the past, and I would imagine Lotus, a very smart team full of players who understand draft to the fullest extent, are going to figure that out, as we are going to keep going through the bans. Yunara going to be the next one, obviously one of the best blind pick AD carries at the moment, and you do not want to give the blindable ADCs over to Chrome. I wouldn't be surprised if Syndicate's last ban here is something like a Lucian that Chrome absolutely loves, Orbital.
And take away a lot of that early firepower, just like you were talking about before. Don't allow Chrome to get ahead. 100% agree with you on that point. Will it continue, though? Again, as we said, it had to be red side, which leaves a lot of options open. Lotus saying, hey, we're not going to give Calamity that Bard. We've seen what can happen. We see what a lot of players can do with such a tricky champion in the pocket. So I appreciate that one, you know, giving a lot of respect down there to that bottom side in the same kind of value share, just as much as Chrome and Cleats don't want to play against it. Saiga, Wab, and Calamity still have to deal with that extra AD threat. That leaves a lot open. We're still looking at almost no mid lane touches, 0 top lane. Now we finally get to see a touch.
2 mid lane bans from Syndicate.
Yeah, like this is, it's very hyper focused, but there's so much more on the table here.
And I do think that this kind of pigeonholes Lotus into picking mid on the first 3. And so Syndicate can just hold the counter for Foles on R3. I would imagine that's probably going to be the strategy. So until then, we'll probably either see just the bot lane snagged up here for Lotus or the top side. I think that another person who has not been afraid to blind is Chad, right? He has been the massive facilitator for his lanes throughout the tournament. And Lotus, they're just going to say, screw it. Let's go immediately for a blind in the mid lane. We know that Syndicate are more than likely going to counter it. Let's just try and see if we can bait it out here on R1 and R2 and maybe get a jungler that can punish the mid pick from Syndicate. I wouldn't be surprised if they hold it to R3, though. I think that's probably a smarter strategy. You just either pick jungle top here or you pick jungle ADC here, Orbital.
Go ahead and grab what you wish, and I can appreciate that one, of course. At the same time, hey, if you really got to get it out there and say, hey, we just want to throw down with the best of them, you could go ahead and try and match the Orianna in the mid lane. I wouldn't advise it. Again, I agree with you on that one. Just wait it out, give it a little bit of time, see what else is there.
See what the combination is going to be. They're just going for it.
I like how we're trying to, like, come on, Syndicate. We know that you can counter, you can find some others. At the same time, though, I like this. Orianna and Syndra, a well-known matchup. You aren't really showing too much on either side. Like, this is the standard. These are both kind of playmaker mid laners. But now we got to focus, right? Is it going to be that ADC that you were talking about? Is it going to be that jungle where you start showing a lot more of your hand? Are you tailored more towards that late game or more towards the early game?
I think a Xin Zhao would go really well with the pairing here, simply because that Crescent Guard gives you an ability to disengage the person that might have the ball on them, but they're going to go for the Wukong instead. I think that this is going to be a mid-jungle duo that really spikes at level 6, so we're looking at those levels to be hit by the time grubs ideally spawn. I think that Syndicate have always done a really good job at playing through their top side, going for those grubs, and understanding the space that they need to create in order to secure that objective. Lotus, on the other hand, though, I think could probably just go for a ball deliverer combo with the Orianna. Obviously, Wukong is a denial just as much as it is a combination with the Syndra, but I think that things still exist in the jungle for Chad to pick up. Obviously, that Xin Zhao is number 1, Vi is number 2, Jarvan is like number 3. There are a bunch of champions that I think sync well with this character. You could even go Nocturne if you really wanted to, which I do think has value, but obviously I would wait for Nocturne. I would wait on Nocturne just a little bit. I don't know if Wukong is the correct play into it, though you will get the fear off through the clone, so there is some of that niche interaction that favors him. Lotus instead just going to go in a different direction, Orbo, and snag up support. Maybe they just link it up here. Maybe they just hold jungle onto 4 or 5. I wouldn't be surprised, but I feel like that is an unorthodox strategy when you have an Orianna. You just immediately want to get a jungle pairing with it.
I would agree with that one, and I think this 3 might not be a bad position to do it at. I know you said 4 or 5, but there's that Xin Zhao that you were quite literally just talking about. I am surprised that you want to go for that support, considering what you were talking about, the pinch of the
blind support
ADCs
is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and now it also kind of shows that, hey, we just value that bot side a little bit more. Now, granted, if we're looking at Lotus, if you're trying to empower Chrome as much as possible, get a secure bottom lane. I get that. Get secure engage, get the secure, and then you can flex out in the ADCs that may or may not be pinched here. But an answer coming from Syndicate could be huge, and there's the Corki. You take that one, play it safe.
All right, so I think that this is good because Nico Corki is a really aggressive bot lane duo. So again, Syndicate, I think, are denying a lot of these really good pairings, though now Lotus are just going to be banning away supports, I would imagine, taking away things that are good with Corki and that really counter Nico. I think of things like the Braum, right, that can soak up a lot of that front-loaded damage that Lotus would be, I would say, pretty wise to ban. A Syndicate, on the other hand, probably just going to take away a lot of those AD carry pairings. The lane that has yet to be, touched at all, minus the one Gwen ban, though, Orbital, is that top lane. We haven't talked about the top laners a ton, but it is Karziak and it is Porsche. Karziak, Orbital. Yesterday, Yanni and I were talking about, some things that don't necessarily equate to game-winning stuff on the Rift, but, off the Rift stuff that really, really matters. Karziak, every time he is ahead, the team just looks better. It's not like a quantifiable advantage, but it is just vibes. Right. And so I do think that Syndicate, if they want to get the vibes up, right, if they want to get Karziak ahead, which I guess apparently just magically raises their chances of winning, I think Red side is advantageous for that. They have that R5 counter pick, and Karziak has been shown to play a lot of the unorthodox champions, has had a really big toolbox. So I do wonder what they're going to be picking up for him. That almost certainly means, though, that a support pick for Syndicate is imminent here on 4.
I like the fact that you bring that up because we have actually seen Foles giving Karziak a lot of due credit for some of their victories and in the fact that they've held on. As you mentioned, though, the focus on the ADCs for Syndicate, but for Lotus, it's a toss-up. You mentioned the Braum earlier. We can circle back to that one because it is an option, but where they are leaning towards does seem to be that top lane, a lot more of the aggressive top lane engagements. The Camille banned away, the Gwen hasn't banned, as you said. These are lane bullies, these are good scalers, and they prioritize the Rakan and say, hey, we don't want to give another engage tool to follow the Wukong.
I think we probably need an engaged support here. Wukong doesn't have anyone currently going in with him. I think that Syndicate needs someone to join up with BB on the Cyclones if they want to be first to actually dictating the fight and getting that presence on the map before Lotus. So I wouldn't hate the Braum. Obviously, you've got that ultimate. You've also got that disengage, which I think is really valuable to have against a Shockwave combo. And Nico in general, I think, to just, absorb that front-loaded damage. You could go a little bit more aggressive, like the Rel, even like the Nautilus. I think that is also an option, but I feel like having that choice is really valuable for Syndicate, which is why I would personally favor the Braum, but there are those more engage heavy options. So they are going to go for the Nautilus. This does also bode well for the Corki because Corki, one of the biggest conceits of this champion is how low ranged he is. Nautilus brings the range to him. So that does kind of put water over that fire. It does kind of circumvent that issue. I do think, though, that Lotus have options to still be a little bit more long range, right? You could go for things like the Ezreal. You could go for things like the Varus if you want to. Those are available. Actually, Varus is not available, but if you want something a little bit more higher on the range totem pole, there are options, I think, for Chrome to go for. But that also does mean you don't get as much aggression in the laning phase. And Sivir, I think, is very long ranged, is very good at stalemating the lane. But I don't necessarily think it plays to Chrome's strengths in the first 14 minutes where he can really hands check you a lot of the time, Orbital.
Yeah, and I think that leans into it because we talk about long range on the Sivir. It's not really long range. It's just you can indirectly attack, the bouncing boomerangs and everything like that. It can land. Yeah, it's there, but it's not that consistent. And I got to agree with you. When I see the Nico, I want forward momentum. I do want to see that push. You mentioned the Lucian before. It was still up. I think this would be a great time to play into it, but you decide against it. So now we're looking at the top side. And for Porsche, you're driving the slowest car out there, which is that Scion, and it is going to be a giant pain in the backside. But again, good frontline, good source of ball utility as well. If you need another piece to go in, there's the Embessa. We've seen Karziak do this before. It's understandable. Great engage. We like what both teams are putting out here.
I do kind of worry for this Embessa, though, because you're constantly going to be targeting this Sivir, but Chrome is going to be holding that spell shield for every public execution. So I do think that the onus is going to be not only on Karziak, but it's also going to have to be on All Calamity, right? You need to be attacking at the same time time throwing all of those abilities out so the spell shield can't reflect them all. Because if we're just allowing this Sivir to create space with the On the Hunt, use that spell shield for any kind of pick tools you might have on the side of Syndicate, then you're never going to catch him in the back line. You're not even going to get through this front line. That, I think, is something that could be disastrous for Syndicate if they aren't careful. So going into this game, I really want to see Syndicate attack this bot lane. I want to see them be in Chrome's face. I want to see them leverage the damage profile of the Corki plus the Nautilus. And then I feel like naturally that top side should just catch up in scaling. The other side, though, for Lotus, do what you've always done, right? Robbie, Bob, and Chrome. Those are your 2 win conditions. They have been the entire tournament. And I would expect at the final hurdle, Lotus, 1 series away from promoting back into the promotion tournament that they found themselves in a year ago, have to play to their strengths here, Orbital.
Yep, they got to go ahead and put themselves in a right position to take over, and that is what we are going to hope to see here today. Of course, on the flip, we're looking at Syndicate. We are looking at this tear through the lower bracket. They have a chance to go ahead and put themselves in a really nice spot to kind of make their name known and to be comfortable in their positional value. Now, keep in mind, in this tournament, we have another match going on the other side of this lower side bracket.
Yep.
That is, of course, the Cupid Esports versus Flamingos. So the winner of this match specifically will be going up against the winner of that match.
No, actually, the winner of this just promotes to the promotion tournament. There is no final boss. There is no round 9. So it's literally do or die time for the 4 teams of Cupid and Flamingos, and then here Lotus and Syndicate. They'll be able to play each other in the promotion tournament, but a win here qualifies you for that. A loss here, though, Now it's Aris, so still not his actual IGN. We can cry internally, but we will be celebrating if they manage to win this first game, as like we talked about in the draft as well, Orbital. It can be really daunting going into such a high pressure match when you are a rookie, high pressure series in general when you are a rookie.
Yeah, you need to go ahead and just kind of live within that feeling. If it seems like really get in and say, okay, this is where I'm going to be sitting at for a very long time. This is all we got to deal with, and you got to play it out as is. Looking like we're going to get everything moved around as well. Some of the players looking like they're a little bit out of order, but for Chrome stepping up already, popping barrier very, very early on, considering Saga did the same. Early aggression at level 1 between these two ADCs.
Yep, I like the aggression. I think All Calamity has had a really good knack for timers, particularly in the first 3 levels. I think that he has been able to play the lane really well in the first inaugural minutes. This has allowed Sage to, even though he has a rougher laning phase, they get early push, they get an early back, and they just kind of allow him to do his thing. So I think that is something that has been really advantageous for them in the bot lane. Also advantageous because now the waves are bouncing. I mean, BB actually went for a cheeky little play here. He went from red to Raptors to Wolves and then stole away the red buff. So he has a flank angle on the bot lane, but Chad is actually going to meet him on the Krug. So maybe that'll get foiled and maybe he'll get collapsed on, as now Clarice does have that binding, does have that level 2.
I like the idea that, you know, BB was able to understand that, yes, I'm going to get collapsed on if I don't give over that piece. So it sucks, but overall, Chad has been doing a very nice job defending on their own jungle side and actively forcing pressure out as well. Take a look at this, not moving straight towards their top side, instead actively chasing into enemy side jungle as well, continuing with the disruption game, which I can appreciate. I think at the end of the day, making sure that, hey, BB, you're not going to have a comfortable laning phase, and your lanes are actually going to be in a rough spot. A little bit of a walk in, no flash burned by Foles, so Foles stays underneath the tower, but it's good damage overall. Chad will take a tower shot, but of course evens up the HP bars.
Now BB is going to be done with his full side, his bot side clear, which means that he can go to the crab and maybe cover for Foles if Chad ever looks for a regank. I mean, the health bars for both Robbie and Foles at the moment are pretty volatile, so much so that Robbie, I think, is probably going to be smarter to just take a reset off of here, having that teleport, that ability to get right back to lane. But the coverage here from BB, I think, is really, really nice, just in case there is a redeployment by the jungler of Lotus to look for another aggressive play. Maybe even off of the teleport from Robbie, they could try to look for that, but they'll have a health advantage, so that 2v2 would favor Lotus.
Oh, and it looks like we got a pause here for a moment. Maybe it's Al Calamity going, I swear I saw Clarice. I swear I saw Clarice. Hurry. Nah, not gonna happen here. We are gonna be taking a look, seeing what that pause is all about, but overall, it's understandable. You say, hey, start of the game, a little bit back and forth here. Nothing too crazy. We see a TP coming in from Robbie back in the lane, and, you know, you take your time to ramp up with this game. And I appreciate that all the players are very much on edge about that. You're 3 wins away from making it into that tournament. You need everyone to be on that highest level of concentration.
It's really hard, I feel, for Sin Eternal, or for the Syndicates, though, right? Because this is an organization that is new, is sporting new players. They have never been this high in this caliber of competition, and so I do think that nerves, like we talked about in the draft, Orbital, are a real thing. We're just going to have to see them play with clear heads. And I do think early game has been a really, really dominant point for them. I think they have played their lanes really well. I think they play the swaps really well. They're very, very good around playing for the grubs. So those first like 14 or so minutes, I think, have been super solid from them. I want to see them play like they have all lower bracket, all tournament long, frankly, Orbital. That mid game, though, is where we really need to look out. From around 14 minutes to 20 minutes, where that Otacon and that Baron kind of start spawning up, I think is where they can potentially drop the ball. They have been prone to, I think, over forces on objectives, thinking that they have way more space than they actually do, way more damage than they actually do. And occasionally, they'll get punished by it for some teams. I think that Lotus is one of the teams that absolutely will punish them. If you overstep, if you make a mistake, if you are overconfident and your ability to play on a neutral, Lotus will definitely be there to execute on that error. So I want to see them reel it in a little bit, have that discipline, and display it in this series and in this game.
Well, this time it is all about making sure to keep yourselves in check, keep yourselves on the absolute edge of your seats. You need all the action that you can have. Right now, we are understanding that there is going to be an elongated pause, so we need to make sure to clear everything and all the things. So please don't go anywhere. We will be right back and hopefully into this game once again.
been the miracle for them, the ones that make stuff happen. Foles in particular on his coveted Syndra. Really looking forward to seeing how that will fare against Robbie Bob on the Orianna. These are two evergreen mid laners and a matchup that is really skill expressive. So that'll make it all the more interesting, and you should definitely keep your eyes on those two, I feel, for this early game.
Yeah, take a look and see exactly how quickly they can, kind of prop themselves up, one rushing the phase rush, which makes sense. Of course, on the top side, though, we mentioned a little bit all the way back, if you can remember the pre-show, talking about how for Syndicate, they did mention a little bit of how Carsiak being kind of this shining light that a lot of the team likes to play around. If Carsiak is up, energy is up on the team, everything feels like it moves a lot better. When he's behind or when he goes only even, things go a little bit southwards. We see the ADCs, of course, duking it out once again. Saw this kind of dance before, and at this point, I believe we actually had barriers blown. This time around, though, Sagewabe eats a lot more damage and is kind of stuck in this 3-force HP.
Yeah, good hook there from All Calamity. Before we went to break, we said All Calamity is really good support when it comes to these first few levels of the game. I think the inaugural minutes of bot lane are dictated by how much pressure he's actually able to apply onto the enemy 2v2, because we're seeing it now. BB is pathing toward that bot side, so we're almost certainly going to expect some action from the junglers as they will meet at that bot crab. Prio is probably going to dictate if there will be a fight or not. At the current moment, though, Chrome and Clarice are shoving them in. Oh, hang on, good hook.
Not just a good hook, it's also extra damage behind, because you saw the ADCs duke it out once again. Chrome and Sagewabe decided to do it a little more, but saving the barriers for the time being. And as you mentioned, heading on down in just about a minute, we'll see the junglers, so HP kind of prepped for this battle.
Yeah, BB now crossing over. Both junglers pretty mirrored in their clearing tempo, but still BB not having that priority means that he probably won't be able to make anything happen. I also think that that ward and the little pixel brush by Clarice earlier should give them a good indication on where this Wukong is, if he is actually going to be looking for a gank. That mid lane as well, pretty even on the health and mana pools. I say that, and immediately Foles gets a nice chunk onto Robbie Bob, but the fact remains Orianna has the Syndra shoved, and because of that, look at what Chad is doing, Orbital.
Yeah, going ahead for that invade, and last time I remember Chad was the one that got aggressed on, but this time is the first aggressor. In comes Foles. Yeah, you got the red the blue buff, but is it going to be enough? As Robbie Bob goes over the wall because you don't want to dance, and instead you turn it around on BB. That's going to be the flash in and the flash over the wall, and that's going to be a 2-for-0. What a victory here for Lotus to kick off this early game.
It's the Chad early game. He loves to look for these angles in the first few minutes. He loves to be aggressive in the enemy jungle, and that time it was such a good play. Double prio on your mid and bot. Your Xin is out. You have a timer where you can be aggressive. You are strong in the early game. And he goes into BB's jungle. Not only does he get the double kill, but he steals away that blue buff as well, like you said, Orbital. And now he'll be able to reset with a massive amount of gold and continue applying that pressure onto the map for Lotus.
Of course, on the bot side, we're also seeing a little bit of a dance problem here. Sagewabe, as well as All Calamity, recognize that they lost out heavily on this trading pattern. So it's Clarice and Chrome that get a lot of value here. Chrome looking for a boomerang underneath the tower just to try and stop the Vex, just to try and get an extra kill. But this dance across the map will bring impact for everyone as Lotus starts to get excited about this.
Yeah, Lotus' bot lane realistically can just back after this wave. Chrome has already accrued a pretty sizable CS lead over Sagewabe. They're going to stay. I probably think they're doing this because BB, they know the Wukong is on the top side. They know the threat of the jungler for Sin helping out to alleviate this pressure isn't really possible at the current moment. So they're just continuing to poke out with those bouncing boomerangs, with those Nico Qs, and it is making it really difficult for All Calamity and Saga to even walk up to the wave. Look at how much experience they're being denied away from. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Lotus on this bot lane.
Yeah, this is perfect for them. Getting some wards down as well, making sure that the Wukong isn't going to have options. Clarit's saying, I know this game, and Calamity doesn't exactly back, but remember, the longer that Chrome and Clarit's get this push off, the longer BB doesn't get to play in their jungle. Chad recalled, got a team out, went straight back into enemy side jungle, and is now looking for a dive as well. This dive could go awry though, because BB is around the corner. Possible recall in front.
Sage has barrier too.
And that's going to be go for it. Barrier pop, but the junglers on the far side is really where it's at. Flash out by BB as Chrome looks to jump, but that's a jump straight into the arms as Chad takes the third. There might be a fourth behind, but you don't want to dance it too hard. Huge win by Lotus.
Honestly, that was beautifully played here by Lotus, and now they're going to keep looking for more. Calamity has flash, but he is all alone.
That's going to be a problem. It's a trade out one. It's an execute.
Double execute.
Execute.
My God.
Ain't no way. Lotus happy and elated about the fact that they're 4-0 right now.
This is a beautiful early game from them, punishing that bot lane, leveraging the prio you have with this poke lane, whittling down Saga and Calamity. And by the time Chad arrives, not only is he able to look for another aggressive invade into BB's jungle, but he can transition that into a dive. BB can't help them because he got chunked out on the wolves. So it just goes from bad to worse. Syndicate are getting nothing in return for these trades. And it is amounted to Chad being 3-1 on the Xin Zhao. He just dictates the map at this point. He can even go top lane and maybe try to make something happen in Karziak's lane, but he's going to think better of it. Porsche more than happy to soak up this pressure as the Scion, do his job as a tank, and allow his jungler to keep roaming down to that bot side.
100%. I was about to mention that as well. And not just that, Porsche is also even in the CS department. Nay, even getting a small lead.
He's ahead.
That's way more than just hold your lane. Holding the lane to us, right, Quacks? We're normally saying, okay, you're down like 10 CS. You're getting a lot of pressure from the enemy jungler. You're not going to win this. But it's being so good. Now, Calamity getting another tether. This is not what you want to see from a Nautilus support. Calamity is just like, bro, I'm trying my hardest, but there's only so much I can do. Huge missile straight to the backside, though, as Sagewabi actually hit level 6, but that's gonna be on the hunt right here. Sagewabi getting chased. Barrier is used, and that's a bump and a half. And still the kill on the back end. It's a 2-for-0. Lotus are now 6-0 right now through the jungle in the bot.
And this is just beautiful to see from Clome and Karilli. It says, we're not done here. Robbie maybe aggressing on 2 fulls.
And it's a very nice attempt. However, this time BB is the one to answer back, and it is going to be a 1-for-0 in the mid lane. But my gosh, that pales in comparison. That's just like a paltry gift back to Syndicate.
And that's ultimate burn from BB. Chad still has flash, still has ult, so he is more than healthy enough to actually fight for these grubs, knowing that it's a 2v2. Yeah, there's no real way for the Wukong to actually take these. I love Chad's recognition of understanding the conditions for BB are not favorable on this Wukong. He can't fight back. He's too far behind, and he used his ultimate in the mid lane. So although it's a kill going over to Syndicate, they don't get anything for their efforts, and they are going to walk away empty-handed, except for the minuscule amount of gold into the coffers of their jungler.
You know what it reminds me of? It's the fact that a lot of players in the high tiers will always say kills do not matter if you can't follow it up. Kills are a means to an end.
Yeah, it's that kill conversion ratio, right?
Yep, always, all day long. And that's what we're seeing here. Lotus saying, cool. It's the cascading, it's the Jenga blocks that are falling behind you, and it's leading to so much more. As we take a look here, we're about 10 minutes into the game. Lotus are looking for more than just one. The dragon is currently up, but they want to fight on the bot side. As Chad gets another lock, that's going to be the pop. Blossom, easy catch on one. BB looking for a chance back, but the Crimson Guard blocks so much extra damage. You can chase further in. Calamity praying to stay alive, but you don't. Rocket's coming out here as Sagewabi forces Chad out, but that's the tether over the wall. Double stun into more. Double kill for Chrome yet again. That star rises up.
And that's a really good flash there from Chad. He denies even a little bit of gold back into Syndicate. He goes in, he over-aggresses, knowing that he has that safety of the summoner spell. He reels the rest of the Syndicate members in after Calamity goes down, and they get baited. It's 3 more for Lotus, a dragon as well to be transitioned into that. This game looking mighty damn one-sided, Orbital.
And here's the problem. We're getting hype about this because this entire early game just pretty much signals that Lotus have secured that early pressure. We mentioned for Syndicate, one of their weaknesses has been this mid game. It's always been the mid game where decision making gets a little bit rougher, even if they have a lead. Well, what if they're behind nearly 4K right now? I'm terrified to see what the decision making comes to.
It's already paying dividends, Orbital. I mean, look at the items. We already have first items at 10 minutes coming out from Chrome, Chad, and Porsche. That is an absolutely huge spike to have this early on, and it allows Clarice to just live in BB's jungle. You don't even need Chad at this point. The Nico is scaring you off of your own camps. That is such a depressing sight to see if you are Syndicate. And now Lotus, they go for the lane swap. They're going to get more gold into Chrome's dome, more plates from the top side with these grubs. That should be easy for them. And the 80 carry for Lotus, he is being juiced up in this game, Orbital. This is what we wanted to see from the draft.
Yeah, this is a straight up injection of NOS as early as the start of the race. That is ridiculous power.
The NOS, like, this isn't even just like regular NOS. This is like 2 points NOS. Oh, hang on. Oh, Karsiak.
All right, Karsiak saying, look, if the rest of the lanes can't do it, I'm going to. And that was just a point blank flash just to put emphasis. As you can see, the gingerbread man crying. That is the move that you want to see, though. If Syndicate has a light, it is once again Karsiak, the one that we mentioned. When Karsiak pops off, it feels like it takes a weight off the shoulders of Syndicate.
And now the NOS has been paused a little bit. All right, we got stalled. There's a bit of a red. There's like a it's not. I don't want to say they've been stopped. It's not like a red light, but they are narrowly avoiding the yellow light. It's like one of those things that you see at the intersection where you're like, can I make this before it turns red? Right. All right, I'm going for it anyway. As Lotus, they have to keep going. They're going to keep the swap conditions up. Even though Karsiak gets that solo kill, he burns flash. There's still a ton of safety from Chrome because he retained his own flash summoner. So as long as this Sivir is okay, I feel like Lotus have no reason to really give up on putting pressure to the Zambesa.
Oh, always, all day long. Not only that, you're pressing in with Chad. Karsiak has to recognize that this is going to be very, very dangerous if they take any sort of damage. But look at this. Porsche on the other side is saying, yo, I'm farming that gold just as well. As we mentioned, Chrome getting gold. I love the way you put it. It's the pressure is not stopping unless Syndicate put out a hard stop method. And that hard stop method might be here, as that's the Crimson Guard to hold him steady. But in goes the shielding extra. Shockwave lands on 2. It's still damage on the other side, but over the wall, Clarice gets it. A flip turn over to Foles, and Foles is going to get charged on
flashes up
into the hammer, slice through your body. Might not be the lumberjack, but my gosh, does that cleave hurt.
And you know, oh, I got Clarice.
No, this shouldn't be the kill.
All right. I thought he was going to get the red. I thought he was going to get red, maybe to add insult to injury, but at the end of the day, it's just more kills over to Lotus. Chad, I think, making it worth his team's while. That teleport was expended from Porsche as well, so he misses out on a good bit of gold in that bot lane, gives over a plate, actually, to Sage Wabe, so they sacrifice a little bit for it as, good ult.
It is an extremely good ult. The public execution, but turned around on his head because Chrome is allowed to auto attack. One more will do it, and you chase and flash forward, and you live. Chrome yet again showing off that 4-0-3, now 5-0-3, stacking damage.
BB is going to try to run intervention here, maybe go for a 1-for-1, but that place is warded, so they know better than to overpush. They're going to reset. And I love the confidence that Chrome is playing with. Clarice tanks up a tower shot, allows for the Sivir to gain some distance with that on the hunt to secure their 5th of the game. So Lotus continuing to dominate this one here, Orbital. Dragon going to be up in about 40-ish seconds, and you can see they have now reversed the swap. They are putting Chrome and Clarice into the mid lane because they want to get that numbers advantage ahead of the objective. They want to push in that mid lane ahead of the Dragon and own this river. I absolutely think that this is the right play. It is just stock standard League of Legends coming out from Lotus, but it's effective, right? That is why it's stock standard, because it works, and Lotus are showing that in real time. There is a methodology to this win. They are playing it by the book, but there's a reason that it's been written down.
And not just that, normally in a lane swap scenario, there's only 1 or 2 towers that actually have a lot of damage on it. Normally, you can start predicting where a lot of that weight is going to go, and you can allocate appropriately for Syndicate. You take a look at all 3 towers right now, top side just went down, which normally you'd say, okay, it's something like Chrome and Clarice and Chad that all go in.
They're pinging to contest. They don't want to give an inch.
Yeah, because Porsche is now able to freely roam down without burn.
All right, here we go.
This is going to be the unstoppable onslaught chasing on in. That's a root straight on Calamity. Yes, Dragon goes down, but the bodies might hit the floor a little bit faster. BB looking for it in, gets the Cyclone up, but that's a kill straight back. Crescent Guard holding steady, and you're able to live through the unleashed power.
They're in the back line.
So it's a 1-for-1 so far. Porsche looking for a piece of the pie. Great scout of the week, though, to deny any further aggression. So in all essence, Syndicate actually able to make it out with more than they actually went in for. A kill and a dragon.
Really, really good there from Syndicate. I think that Karziak and BB played that fight extremely well. The public execution plus the target selection from Wukong, they go on to Chad, they stick onto the Xin Zhao, and what happens is they find themselves onto the backline. They could have gone for more, but I think Lotus smartly exfiltrate from that fight, take the 1-for-1, acknowledge that they weren't able to get the dragon, but they did get the Herald. Now the question kind of becomes, where are they going to place it? That is a major influx of gold wherever it goes. And there are a couple of options. You could go mid, you could go bot, but now we're focused on the top lane as Porsche might be in trouble. Oh, no, he's fine.
No. Yeah, no mana on Foles means no full aggression. It's more just, hey, can Foles be allowed to set up this wave pressure? Mainly I'm watching this bot side. We've seen Kartsiak multiple times willing to dive in with the public execution, but considering Rabia Bob has about 4 stacks on the Rod of Ages, you don't want to test it, you don't want to deal with it. Instead, you back away, allow the stacking to continue, and that's another tower going down for Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus just continuing their pressure, even though they got, I would say, you know, if we're going to continue with the streetlight acronym here, the streetlight metaphors here, Orbital, that bot lane play was a definitive yellow light, right? Yep. Like, all right, we're gonna halt you a little bit. And who knows, maybe you'll actually stop from that. But at the current moment, Lotus are showing no signs of stopping. They're going to herald in mid. A Porsche is continuing his pressure in the top side. They might
do it. Okay, good smite. Good smite to come out here. And I was looking for this because you're talking about streetlights, you're talking about stoplights, but honestly, that kind of felt like, okay, we see the yellow, we know it's turning to red. We're going to act like it's green, just kind of chase down that mid lane tower, pressure it out all 3, which opens up a lot of space to now rotate into the enemy side jungle. So taking the side streets to avoid the cops that have been stationed at those T sides.
I feel like if we're looking at like who most likely is to be a cop from Syndicate, I feel like it's either Karziak or All Calamity. Like these guys would totally fall for a donut on a like a fishing hook. No.
I feel All Calamity's already done that. He's 0-5-2 right now. He's fallen for like half a dozen already.
And he has the anchor. It's like the closest thing to a fishing hook. Yeah, absolutely. All Calamity, you're the cop of this team, buddy.
Oh, that hurts because right now it just feels like the cops are getting outnumbered here a little bit more. Lotus had done so well.
Yeah, it's 5 stars on GTA.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's 5 stars with all the mods attached for Lotus. Like 5 stars doesn't feel like 5 stars right now. It feels like I modded the game in my favor because of the early game, because of how it went. We are at 18-19 minutes. It feels like we kind of accelerated to that 24-25 mark where Lotus are actively like, which lane should we actually power down? Where should we start looking to get this extra gold, start breaking the base a bit, and use Chrome's 5-0-4 advantage?
Couple objectives coming up in the next few minutes here, Orbital. We've got about 1:30 on the Dragon. We've got a minute straight here for the Otacon. They'll be spawning on opposite sides, so this kind of creates an interesting conundrum for Lotus as they are in firm control of this top side. I would imagine if you had to choose between Second Dragon and an Otacon, chances are you're probably going for that Otacon just because it gives you a lot more buffs and is more of a win condition than I think Second Drake. But it also does mean that Syndicate, if they can find something off of a Second Drake that they get, and then they get some type of gold influx between then and Third Dragon, they can turn that into a legitimate win con and come back. So I think Lotus going to this top side, going to this Otacon is going to have to be them saying, okay, for the next few minutes, we are going to try and push our advantage. We are going to try and test our discipline, and we are not going to overforce, because if that Second Drake turns into a Third Drake and a soul point, you really have to start hitting the red light.
sometimes you just break on through. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't street race or anything like that. So we're watching exactly how this plays out. Calamity and BB though already aiming for that bush wookie tactic, saying gotta look at that option, but off spawn it is that Otacon like you mentioned. So even though they might be spawning on opposite sides, this might already be done.
That's gone.
Running interference and it's over. Very nicely done. Now Lotus just power all 5 straight on over to Dragon Presence. You can hear things going out. Unstoppable Onslaught chasing right in. Nobody to body block. Late TP to come in.
Calamity is isolated.
And that's going to be a problem. So nice little dance in Karsiak trying to run interference, and it looks like you get your support out of dodge.
Now Lotus have to be really careful how they play this. They have the mid wave in their control as they're in the lane, but I think now Syndicate have a good amount of vision around this bot side. They don't have a ton of damage though. They're going to take this dragon really slowly. So this gives Lotus, you know, the ability to incrementally inch forward and maybe look for a contest. Yeah, you can see Chad is within smite range. This might go to a 50-50 orbital.
It might go down, and Chad's more than willing to take it at this point. On the top side, Clarice was a minion, but is gone out of that form.
Chad kind of messed up.
It is that guard being used, and it is very nice. Pop blossom on the backside. As the fight breaks out, it's a 2-pronged attack, but the prongs aren't strong enough. This is a double kill for Chad, as the prey becomes the predator in more ways than one. It's an ace for almost nothing in favor of Lotus Esports.
And it was a 50-50 on the dragon, but it's a 100-0 in Lotus's favor. They get a clean, almost clean ace. Clarice does go down. Otacon followed by dragon. Now the gold is so far in their favor. They have gotten 8,000 over Syndicate, and that has allowed them to hit their 2-item breakpoints almost across the board here, Orbital. Meanwhile, Syndicate, all of their members minus their jungle and AD carry got their second item. So the wallet diff is really starting to make itself known. This is a win condition that normally doesn't rear its ugly head until around the 30-minute mark. But to see it here just over the 20-minute mark, it's a worrying sign for Syndicate here in this game, as their chances of coming back drastically dwindle by the minute. They don't have the Drake to play on. They don't have the Soul to threaten. They don't really have the firepower to contest a Baron. What realistically is there that they can actually match Lotus in, Orbital?
Matching in skins, I guess. I mean, there are some colorful skins here. Yeah. I like the Nautilus skin. It's pretty nice. The Corki one as well. I think that's is that Baron Corki? I keep forgetting. Is that a Corgi one, right? That's like the best one only. Is it? Nah,
okay, it's Corgi.
It is.
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah. Okay. So at least Syndicate are matching in the skin fashion show right now. Because you look over at like the Sivir Chrome. Yeah. There's a reason you're crying, because you have like one of the worst Sivir skins on. That's the only thing I'm looking at.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it's a pretty bad skin. I'm of the opinion that I feel like
basic. You look at that.
Yeah, I feel like with Xin Zhao, this might be an unpopular opinion. I feel like with Xin Zhao's most recent visual update, his skins, most of them, not all of them, most of them look worse. Like Warring Kingdoms feels worse to play than before. I think the only one that actually improved was like Winged Huzier, and that one has always been good. Everyone likes the horse and everyone likes the wings.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, right now, what Syndicate looking for is possibly a wing in to this battle, because right now it's a 45 on the top, or 44 on the top side. We're looking at a slight angle because Folds is on the bot side holding it down. There's going to be the TP coming in from Porsche. You've drawn that out right now, but of course, Lotus have still done their job. Overall, yes, that 10k lead has dropped down to like a 9.5, but adjustments are being made, and Lotus is going to come back even stronger. Baron in a minute, Dragon in 2:15.
That dragon going to be soul point for Lotus, so we still are a ways away from soul being an actual win con. But like you said, Baron up in less than a minute. You have to believe that they're going to deploy toward this top side and take control of mid. I like what we're seeing here from Karsiak. He's just going to be pushing in these waves, making it harder for Lotus to gain control of that lane, which maybe opens up a door for them to look for a pick. Because at this point, they need some type of pick. They need some type of numbers advantage to come back in this game. This is when the game gets extremely dire. Lotus are probably one objective take away from, I think, cementing this game in their palms. And it's very rare to see a team come back from a situation like this. So anyway, yeah, I mean, this skin from Xin, man, just... I don't know, like they look worse. Am I the only one that has that opinion? Like, I think his base looks better, but I don't know.
I feel like I agree with you on that one. I don't know. The turns have been there, and then I've also been staring at Clear Eats, who every so often takes Chad's form while in the NACL. So it's like it's hard to tell because there's like a greenish glow around Clear Eats and Chad sometimes in that. I'm like, it's throwing me off a little bit. However, Baron has started up. Easy catch right there. BB is going to have to clone in if you don't like it, but that's just a dive right over with Baron down to 3K. Pop Blossom on the far end. Dissecting the rest of this battle, but Baron is still up. No one's really down yet. There we go. There's the catch.
BB is in the pit.
BB's in the pit, but RobbieBob's about to cut you off. There they go. Clean as a whistle. 3 gone, 2 alive because Karsiak didn't even want to join. Baron to the pocket of Lotus Esports as they look for just a bit more. Sage Wabi still in a battle here with Clarice. Clarice looking for another tether on the ground. Will the root come out? No, it's a Q to the back end. Now Chrome comes in with great auto attacks, a boomerang to boot, and Sage Wabi has to haul butt back to base.
A TP here from RobbieBob, so they're attacking on 2 fronts. All 5 members of Lotus are pressing on to Syndicate's base. Inhibitor topside is gone. Inhibitor mid will surely join it. And now the Nexus turrets are under fire. All Calamity has to try and make something happen, but there's just nothing for the Syndicates here in game number 1, Orbital.
No, except for the respawn timers. They are back on the battlefield, 26 minutes, but is that going to stop them? Public execution on the backside. Clarice goes down, but Chad is like, yo, I am the carry. I know Chrome is strong, but I'm holding off 3, and I'll do it yet again. Sage Wabi watches the Nexus fall. Chrome will end the game as Lotus take 1 step forward in this series.
The massive pause timer that we had, we probably could have played like 3 of those. We might already be done at that point, Orbital. But
yeah,
regardless, we at the beginning of the broadcast, we said we really wanted to see this top side from Lotus step up, because this is a team that is not only looking to get into the promotion tournament, but looking to go beyond that. Right, they are looking to actually get into the NACL, because these are NACL caliber players. These are former NACL tier 2 players, and I feel like the one that we really wanted to see stuff from was Chad. He likes to play for his lanes, but sometimes that really damages his own tempo, and he isn't as relevant in the mid to late game. I think that is a very common and fair criticism that Lotus have received over the course of this open qualifier. This game, those criticisms were shut up. He was proactive as hell on the Xin Zhao, making aggressive plays, getting his bot lane ahead. He understood the assignment and he aced the test.
Not just that, making sure that the tests forward are going to be even more difficult, because you look at Syndicate's side and they're going, man, what do we do? Like, we got run over every single moment. There was just pain on the back end. The bot side from minute 1 to about minute 5, all on the side of Lotus. So if you are Syndicate, what do you change up here? Obviously, you're not going to deal with the Xin Zhao. Obviously, you're not going to deal with the Sivir. There's a lot of other potentials out there. How do you correct this?
I feel like you just have to be able to mentally rebound from that, right? This is a common thing that we've talked about for Syndicate, where they are inexperienced being in the limelight that shines this brightly. So now you go down 1-0, and I agree with you, Orbital. It was an absolute stomp. So you have to be able to recuperate from that. As for draft, I feel like it just has to be limiting what Chad can actually do. Not having Prio in mid and bot that early is super detrimental to a team that I think has found success on that bot side time and time again, which propels inversely to getting things like Karsiak ahead, right? So we do want to see, I think, a little bit more favoritism in Prio for the side of Syndicate going into game number 2. Don't have 2 pushing lanes, and certainly don't let Chad invade the jungle that early on, as that was just creating a domino effect that they were never able to quite stop. So really good stuff from Lotus, showing that even though it's been a while since we've seen them, they are warmed up and they are ready to go and win this.
I'm excited to see if they can do so. So we will go to a short break. As soon as we get back, it's game number 2 as we look at Lotus to try and continue the stomp, or if Syndicate can back it up and get their ticket into the tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Exactly what we saw in the upper bracket between these two teams, a one-sided stomp in Lotus's favor. Syndicate could do very little in that game number one, and a lot of it came from, I think, the source that we were most concerned about going into this series, Orbital, and frankly, going into whatever the future of Lotus might be, that being Chad, who has had, I think, a lot of difficulties throughout this tournament, while his team has been able to, I think, carry over that early game that could be rough in the jungle into a promising mid-late game, and has allowed them to win against a lot of these really strong teams. He has had difficulty trying to be proactive early. He has had difficulty, I think, over forcing a lot of those plays as well. This game, though, it really felt like he was able to do exactly what he wanted. He had the conditions to play aggressively, and he never let his foot off the gas. So I loved the gameplay we saw from him in game number one. If we can see more of that, this might just be a quick 3-0 Orbital.
And honestly, it helps whenever you're towing that line to have someone being able to hold your back, which really was in that mid lane. We saw the likes of Robbie Bob being able to rotate in, help with that jungle early dive, and then looking at Chrome and Claritz, who also benefited, and you know, Chrome became this menace later on. These things all need to come together for the team. Right now, though, Syndicate have chosen the blue side. They go ahead and pick up, ban away that Ezreal, which makes sense. Hey, that might be next on the list for Chrome to play a little bit safer, maybe look for a bit more aggressive in that support role, but we'll see what happens. Still, though, Lotus actively saying, okay, look, we don't want to give Foles the Azir either. Bans by both respect to mid.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably just see that gated away by bans throughout the entire series, no matter how many games this goes, Orbital, as I think both teams understand the power of B1 Azir. Not only is it really strong, not only does it have that poke, have that range, have that scaling, and that side lane pressure that I think both Robbie Bob and Foles really benefit from, but it's also just got good synergy with the junglers. I think BB and Chad are both extremely good at playing proactively. We saw that from Chad last game. We have yet to see it from BB, but over the course of the lower bracket run, I think that he has been a massive caveat to their success in those first 14 minutes. He has been the guy pushing forward the narrative that this team is really strong at the inaugural stage of their games. So we are going to keep going through the bans. Syndicate going to take away another mid laner from the pool, this time the Victor, possibly hinting at a shorter ranged mage. I know particularly that Foles really likes to go the Aurora, and that is something that is a very, very range dependent matchup, kind of similar to what we saw in the Corki for game number one. You need to draft something that can out poke Aurora and prevent it from getting that very burst heavy early combo off on you. So maybe that's a possible pickup here from Syndicate. Again, we also said in game number one how unafraid Foles is to blind these champions that do have legitimate counters to them in the meta.
Of course, looking for the last bans here, maybe a fluctuation up to that top side, maybe in the jungle as well. Syndicate might give a little bit of a it's over, and no, it's going to be the Varus. Makes sense. Again, blue side Varus ban, especially if you're looking for ADCs or mids. You kind of just want to deal with those. Rise at the very end, though, still focus on that mid lane. So once again, it is Robbie Bob and Foles that are getting a, I would say, majority share, but of course, this is both 3 mids and 3 ADCs that have been off the table.
Yep, so they are going to lock up that Aurora immediately. The intuition about the Victor ban was correct, Orbital, so I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit for that one. Now, though, the question kind of becomes, what are Lotus going to respond with as a counter? Obviously, a lot of the very long-range mages have been taken off the board. Things like the Azir are no longer an option, Victor no longer an option, Orianna and Syndra are gated just by the factor of Fearless being a thing. So there aren't a ton of meta answers at the current moment. You could be Robbie Bob and maybe, I don't know, fight fire with fire, go something like an Annie and just try to deal as much damage as humanly possible when Aurora is up in your face, but they're going to hold off on that for now. Give Chrome over a favorable ADC. I'm not a really big fan of Jhin blind, Orbital. I feel like Jhin is one of the best counters in the bot lane, as he really negates a lot of those early game threats, such as the Lucian, such as the Draven, such as the Callista that might be picked up here in this series. But I think blind, if you just want to go scale for scale and have a cordial laning phase, I think that is definitely an option that Syndicate would be more than willing to take based off of how we've seen Sage Wabe be comfortable just being around in the laning phase.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to match. Cassante, though, being laid in here. Top side, Porsche getting maybe a little bit more aggression, which might be able to be played for. Last time, the Scion did very well on its own, but being able to actually have a little bit of a firepower behind it will be comfortable in their own vein. Syndicate, they have a wide range to go ahead and pick from if they wish to match the Jhin, if they wish to try and match that Cassante as well, or anything of the sort, or maybe just go straight for the jungle. Up to them.
They probably should go for something that also scales, right? I do think that this could be a decent Smolder game as well if you are trying to really hammer home the issue that Jhin is not able to punish you, prevent you from stacking. I think that is an option that Sage could go for. Another alternative would be, you know, something like the Sivir, but obviously that's banned away from Fearless. Varus as well is taken off the board. So I do think that Smolder has a lot of value to it. You could even go a little bit less common and do something like Senna. So that is kind of where my head is at, and I think that Syndicate are doing their best to punish this Jhin pick. They're going for the Jarvan. Not only is it really good at pairing with the Aurora, their ultimates combo each other really, really well in the team fights, but also Jhin is immobile, right? Hit them with a flag and drag, they're forced to flash away, and you could just keep on forcing that as a problem. And as we saw in game number 1, Chrome definitely is a problem, Orbital.
Oh, always. Chrome is going to be in your face, moving as quickly as possible. And I think this J4, like you said, is very smart there, but also to try and get a jump onto the top of Chad, you know, trying to make sure to keep Chad away from the early invades that did cause so many problems in the early stages of this game. Or of this series, I should say. Syndicate, for their own though, are taking things a little bit slower, making sure that they are set to go for the next picks. Options are available. You can go ahead, lock down maybe your support. I would try and match the ADC, considering how hard the ADC pool was pinched before. This is one of those moments that I would not want to go for a cheeky pickup elsewhere, but they are the Mel lock in.
That's bot lane.
Maybe targeting, yeah, maybe targeting a little bit of difference. That Reflect can do a lot of work.
We've seen this champion be really popular over the course of the last week. Obviously, we saw Samikin play it in the most recent Blue Otter series as a way to actually counter, I believe it was Aurora, right? You have that range advantage. This time around, it going into the bot lane, I'm a little bit less knowledgeable about it, but that rebuttal, being able to dodge out the 4th shot is super insane, as Lotus are just going to double down on the insanity of this draft. Orbital go for the Kassadin. So another scaling factor entering the Rift, going to probably be, I would imagine, a rougher early game for him, as Aurora, like we said, does deal a lot of upfront burst damage, and Kassadin, being a melee, is going to get hit by a ton of that. But I think we'll probably see like a D shield start coming out here from Robbie. Bob, you have to imagine he might also go something like the Resolve tree and maybe go for bone plating, and then also has that magic damage shield onto the Q. So he has a good amount of defenses to withstand the burst of this Aurora pick, but still the idea should be the priority heavily goes in favor of Syndicate, and already that is a good sign. Based off of what we saw from game number 1, we said they needed some lane that could get push and prevent Chad from being active, and this certainly, I think, is that lane here mid.
Oh yeah, this is going to be that quick little shift in, and this is also going to lead to me being a little bit of a believer of the fact that, hey, we might be seeing a multi-jungle bans here, and this makes sense. You know, yeah. Hey, how are you going to power this through? Well, the Pantheon's banned away. We just saw the Xin Zhao as well as the Wukong taken away. What other early game engaged junglers are you going to try and run? You're locking down a lot of those early favoritisms.
You could go for something like the Vi. I wouldn't mind it, but I do think that if you're going to go for the Vi, you need a secondary engager with that support role, right? So we not only need to see some engage come out from Chad, but we do need to see some engage come out from Claritz as well. I do think that that is really important, having that lockdown when you have these insane damage dealers in the Jhin and the Kassadin. You need to make sure that you have that CC for them to actually combo off of. Otherwise, people are just going to escape, and I guess for the case of Kassadin, and he's just going to run out of mana realistically before he can actually get his entire damage profile off. So looking at Lotus to finish off their last 2 picks with some CC. On the side of Syndicate, though, I mean, realistically, they need something of frontline along with this Jarvan, right? You're expecting this Jarvan to be that main engage, and you have the damage to back that up, but you don't have a lot of tankiness to actually prevent the Kassadin or the Cassandra, or maybe even any other backline threats that Lotus might draft, such as this Volibear, from getting onto them in those skirmishes. So I want to see some defense be drafted here from Syndicate at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit surprising. You were talking about the value, you were talking about engage, and Volibear covers that as well. This can still be a problem, being able to run in at all. But the J4, I don't know how the jungle decides to match out.
It's kind of a self counter as well, because Jarvan, when he gets the Cataclysm, you force Volibear to use his ult to get out of it instead of to actually engage a fight. So that little niche interaction could be something that Syndicate try to exploit once level 6s are hit. But until then, I would honestly favor Chad doing more or less what he did in game number 1 and just trying to run the jungle, leverage the fact that you are extremely strong in the early game skirmishes as Volibear. You're very hard to kill as well with that bite. So I think there is a clear point of power from this team, but admittedly, Orbital, it is a little bit all over the place. You've got your early game threat in the Volibear, but then you've also got your late game threat in the Kassadin. I don't know how those picks really synergize with each other, and I'm curious how Lotus will actually play around that.
Well, the thing is even for them, I'm also a little bit curious because we talked about that Aurora that can be played in the top and mid. We talked about Mel possibly going to the
yeah, actually, you're right. It is
Mel
Aurora
in the
top.
mid and the Aurora in the top. And here's the thing: they drafted Xayah and Rakan, and the Rakan makes sense. You go ahead and dive on in. This was actually banned away back in game number 1. It was an adjustment that they made. But you look down the line of Syndicate, and they are actively, it feels like, prepping for the engagements coming out of Lotus, and that is a weird treat in its own, but I'm very, very curious how this is going to work out. You were mentioning Lotus themselves saying, hey, we're going to try and play. We're going to try and get into the fight. It's going to be different. I'm pretty sure that's a Volibear support, or not support, Volibear jungle with the Cassante topside. We get that. But this feels like it could go for a very, very long time, because even on the bot side, Sagawabe is like, I'm taking Xayah. I don't want to deal with anyone right now.
And I really like this adjustment here from Syndicate. We initially thought that it was going to be the Aurora in the mid lane, right? And we said that Kassadin has tools to be able to withstand that upfront burst, withstand that combo. This time around, though, the damage is going to be a little bit more consistent on the side of Mel. You're just going to be whittling him down as the laning phase goes on. In fact, Robbie, with that magic damage shield off of the Q that we talked about, he probably won't be able to get that off very often, because if Fulls plays the matchup smart, he will prevent Robbie from ever getting any damage down onto him. I think that if we see correct spacing in this matchup, it should be so difficult for Robbie Bob to play out, and it should be so difficult for Chad to actually accelerate himself in the early game. So I think the big thing I'm looking at is for Clarice to bail out these situations, right? We need to see the Bard roaming. We need to see him linking up with Chad, leveraging a numbers advantage, regardless of prio. Knowing that you have more members on your side could be the difference maker in this game. And for the side of Syndicate, it's all about those team fights. This team comes together in the late game. They have come together in 5v5 so beautifully across their lower bracket run. This is the kind of comp that I think reflects that advantage, and we need to see it here in game number 2 if they want to tie up this series.
They got to go ahead and put their whole heart into this one, because the other side of that is, if this fails, if Lotus, disregarding any champion pickups, they're able to take this game in the same fashion they did in game number 1, that would be heartbreaking and mental breaking as well. You draft such a comfortable side, you are broken for game 3. It doesn't matter if you get power picks, in my opinion. I think mental in this game is so important. So I'll be very, very curious to see exactly how it is going to punch up or down here in this game. Because if we, if Robbie Ball has a tough time, yeah, that's understandable. If he gets ahead, it's gonna be the same issue that we saw Chrome. 10 times worse.
If Robbie Bob gets ahead in this game, if this Kassadin finds a way to accelerate himself in the early game, it's going to be really rough for the side of Syndicate, as they do have a lot of range to actually play with, right? There are essentially like 3.5 melees on the side of Lotus. So that means that if you are actually capable of circumventing that range advantage that Syndicate have drafted for, that could be really dire, as we are onto the rift for game number 2, and Clarice already coming out swinging.
I like it. And Clarice playing this Bard that we know and love being an annoyance at the end of the day. We get it. Everyone does. And the Temper Fate can be a nice little staller as well if we see that engage tool. I honestly would laugh so hard. I've never tested it, but I've always thought about it. Some of the spells that actually do get reflected. Does the Temper Fate get reflected back?
I don't think so. I don't think it
does either, but it would be hilarious if it did.
It would, but where would it go is my question, right? Like, does the Tempered Fate just fly off the rift, or like does it go left, right, up, down? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that gets reflected. That's kind of a good point that you bring up. I don't actually think Mel W has a ton of value in this game. We mentioned it when we thought it might be bot lane, how Jhin fourth shot is going to be really hard for Chrome to actually find, and Clarit's stun is going to be really difficult to actually land. But now you're kind of in a situation where Kassadin can be up in your face. He only has one thing that can be reflected, which I believe is the Q. Other than that, though, or maybe not even the Q, maybe nothing can be reflected. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the reflect value, I think, really isn't there for this pick. The thing that is there, though, for Mel is having that E, right? Preventing the Volibear from running at you, preventing the Kassadin from chasing you down. That has been the main reason you draft this champion. And for that reason, I do think this is actually a good pickup here from Syndicate in the mid lane.
Oh, always. And I will always sit there and say, I think Mel also just outputs a decent amount of damage, especially with that execute coming through. It's a nice pickup, but it still goes down to player style. We're taking a look at the jungle. Both junglers are starting up on the top side once again, meaning this pathway to the bottom side could lead to inexplicable angst and complete chaos depending on how Chad wishes to duke this one out. We can already see Saga Wabe eating a lot of extra damage as Chrome has gotten so many bouncing grenades on top. Not only that, looking for first shots
but look at Chad already, though. Chad is
early invade.
Yep.
Oh boy.
BB is actually gonna just go to his Krugs, though Chad is more than willing to chase him down. All right, here we go for round number 2.
And it's an easy catch plus a root. Oh no, flash forward into the tether on the Krugs. Oh boy, Quacks is happening again.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Chad makes the invade, makes the aggressive play for the second game in a row. And this is what we were kind of talking about, Orbital. This is what we were alluding to. If Chad is capable of putting himself in the driver's seat, if he is able to accelerate himself on this Volibear pick, he will be able to transition that into pressure on the mid lane. Foles is constantly going to be pushing in this lane. That creates so many gank opportunities for the jungler of Lotus to actually run interference on that. And if you can transition, use that kind of bridge for the Volibear to be in the driver's seat, and then he goes into the passenger seat, Kassadin starts driving the car, well, then they're going to be going 100 miles an hour down the speedway to a game 2 victory.
At this point, it might as well be the Audubon. Like, if that's how you want to play this, just play at your own speed and good luck everybody else. It's a line that I would most likely use in this situation. Of course, Porsche on the other side is like, okay, maybe I don't get to play at my speed. As Karstiak, once again, being this menace on the top side. I can't even talk about that right now.
Secured him.
A little bit of stack come out, and BB trying to get some advantages.
Okay, back. He can reflect the kill.
Behind 2. He can?
He can. He did reflect the Void Sphere. So that does mean there is at least a little bit of value here in the laning phase, but rebuttal is on what, like a 20-second cooldown. Kassadin Q is on no more than like a 10-second one. So I mean, I take that word I say value with like a grain of salt here, as now some real value being put on display. Lotus gonna go for a lane swap. This tells me that they aren't super concerned about going for the dragon stacking, which is a little bit surprising given how hard they actually scale. If you can get early Drake stacking tied with the levels that this Kassadin will be generating as the game goes on, I feel like it just creates such a difficult situation for Syndicate, as Karstiak may be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Karstiak TP'd straight in the middle lane, wasn't really respecting the fact that Porsche was set up to attack, which means that the extra poke that comes through is actually evening status. So both top laners are actually stuck in about the 50% range. Healing should come out just fine, but on the top side of the map, the bot laners are looking for a duel of their own. Couple feathers coming out here. The extra feathers to return was bringing a lot of value. Good dodge on the side, though, as we look at the mid lane, and everyone's getting a piece of the action. Going back to it, though, no one making a move towards that dragon, just like you said.
But both junglers are pathing toward the bot side, which means that the possibility of actually going onto that objective is certainly there. It is in the cards, and it looks like Chad is going to be the first to make a move there, knowing that he has prio in mid lane. Robbie also dinging that level 6 means that even if he didn't, those rift walks would allow him to join up with his jungler, get there really quickly. As All Calamity for trades, but they're not going to be able to find anything at the end of the day. So Syndicate, they're trying to find these angles to go aggressive, but I love how disciplined Lotus are playing this early game. They are getting so many favorable situations for themselves, like we saw on that bot side play, and they are denying any of them away from Syndicate by just spacing, right? They are willing to give up territory if it means that Calamity can't engage onto an exchange.
It's a tough spot to be in. For right now, everyone just kind of looking around their shoulders, keeping track of each other. Porsche still looking for their own. I like the piece out from the side, though. Robbie Bob starting to get a little bit frisky with that Rift Walk, making sure to kind of keep their own on status. For Karsiak on the bot side, you're saying, okay, we can understand that. There's a knockback.
Oh, grabbed him.
Level 6 into the all-out. A little bit of a realm, but you can look at a flash for this one, but Porsche doesn't want to force at all. But Karsiak living on an absolute sliver.
Porsche should be able to shove in this wave. Maybe he takes a plate as well. That would be really big for the Cassante this early on. Probably didn't want to flash because he knew that Karsiak also had that summoner spell, so it isn't worth it for him at the end of the day, as having that ability to get away from a fight is way more valuable for a melee champion than a ranged champion with an extra dose of mobility who can just kind of hop away, both literally and metaphorically, as now we are going to be looking onto the top side. 30 seconds until those grubs spawn, and Lotus are first to the river, though Syndicate have gotten pushed over on that bot side, so maybe we'll see a rotation come out from Sage Wabe and Calamity.
I think it's already going to occur here. You can see the double ward in information. You knew Clarice was already around the vicinity, clearing out some of the pink wards. So
hello,
information on your own. I like this. Yeah, you go ahead and poke them out. You get information right back. And it's a battle of vision overall. Namely, though, I love that BB is on this top side, already showing a little bit of information.
He has no portal.
There's no portal to work with. Clarice is just dead. There's no flash. You're gone.
Clarice just walking a little too far up there. Really good CC train there from the Syndicate support and jungle, and now they should be able to just own these grubs. Already it was looking like Lotus were going to give them up. I mean, you see Chad is all the way over on the opposite side of the map with his Gromp. So it will be an objective apiece, but this also means that there's no real way for Chrome to re-enter this lane. This Jhin is going to be starved off of about a wave until his support is able to back him up. That's just more gold into the Xayah. On top of that kill gold, you are denying any from the Jhin.
It's a nice little piece to play. Remember how strong Chrome was before. This leads back into game number 1. Shut down that top side, shut down those opponents, and yet again, ain't no way, Clarice. What are you doing? Barrier is not available, or it was, and you use it. You're just dead. Now it's BB's turn to look at a tower dive here. Flash away from the side. Good low damage overall, but no current call to follow. So Syndicate this time get more for their buck.
Karsiak has to be careful, though. Chad is on the bot side and does have that ultimate available. In fact, both of them have the ultimate, so the tower maybe not even enough to save him. All right, here we go.
Nice little slap. Good damage go down here. Possible tower dive looking. There's the between worlds here. Pops him out on the other side of that tower. And as he said, be careful, but not too careful. Karsiak gets out. You can already see Sage Wabi and Calamity looking on the flip side. Even Foles getting in on the damage aspect as Robbie Bob gets his key reflected.
This is really good from the side of Syndicate, as it forces a bunch of recalls on the side of Lotus, and so they can fix these waves. They can transition that into some vision on toward the bot side river. A little less than 90 seconds ahead of this dragon. I think Syndicate just want to try and stop that stacking, as like we've said so many times, they have the scaling element in their favor. A Kassadin, a Jhin are dangerous enough on their own, but you add a soul to that equation and it just becomes unsolvable for the side of Syndicate. So they force those resets, they get prio for themselves. With those grubs, they'll even be able to snag a plate for Sage Wabe on this bot side. So the Xayah actually has a ton of presence ahead of this fight.
Feels so good for them to be able to sit on up high, flash barrier, everything available. Look how deep they're pressing once again. Yes, it's a wave and more, but there is value here. BB even chancing into the mid lane, looking to get a little bit frisky with it. 35 seconds on Dragon. Collection abound, though, and keep in mind, Porsche doesn't have their TP. Karsiak does, though. Karsiak does have the TP available, meaning they can join in. This could easily be a 4v5.
I think that Lotus should understand they don't really have the advantage going into this bot side river. You do have some vision laid down, but like you said, the threat of that numbers advantage favoring Syndicate is really scary, especially because of those grubs. I mean, Porsche, if he's left alone in the lane, sure, he might get a plate or two, but no grubs means that it doesn't go from bad to worse. You can afford to give some plates over to the Cassante, I think, at this point in the game. I think Syndicate really should just force a fight here, knowing that they have those really strong ultimates and the 2-0 Zaya on Essence Reaver.
Again!
Claritz, man! He just keeps getting caught. Like, he has been
He's getting
misusing
out the door of the disco. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, no,
big problem here.
Yeah, no, it's red light for this man. He is just getting stopped at every single turn. I think Syndicate have done such a good job at punishing this Bard, looking for these like creative angles. Bard as a champion, I think, maybe gives you that false sense of security, knowing that you have, you know, the chime speed up, the W speed up, you have the portal, you even have the tempered fate to be able to stall out and maybe give time for your teammates to assist you. I think that might be all going to his head because he's playing way too far up and getting smacked down constantly. As Karziak may be in trouble, this could be a dive angle for Lotus.
I think Karziak's also playing with a little bit of fire. You can look at this and you have a feeling someone's in the vicinity. Pings going out here saying blue buff might be held onto by Syndicate's end, but I love the fact that you called it out. It is going to be a problem. It is going to continuously be one, mainly because it's all the kills going to Saga Wabi's side. We haven't even mentioned that every single kill has been dumped in. It feels like Syndicate are taking the page out of Lotus's book and funneling gold to their ADC, and it's being played out so well. Namely though, jungle fight here. Blue buff is going to be smited away, so BB, no problems in the jungle this time around.
BB able to defend his jungle. No objective spawning for the foreseeable future. It does mean we'll probably enter a bit of a lull state. I do wonder how Syndicate are going to approach these next few minutes, as they still have a very fed Zaya, but frankly, the rest of the map for Syndicate isn't super accelerated. You still obviously have Karziak, who does not have his first item yet. You want this Aurora to get some gold in the early game, as I feel that is where she is at her strongest. So maybe some attention by Syndicate paid toward their top laner could go a long way. And, you know, beyond just the power of Aurora, we did say that the vibes were immaculate when Karziak was ahead. You want the vibes check to favor you, don't you, Orbital?
Absolutely. I want all the vibe checks. I also just don't have any good vibes right now, because even though you're talking about the 3 kills,
okay, Fool's passed the vibe check with that teleport. Fool's passed the vibe check with that teleport. That was some beautiful foresight from the mid laner of Syndicate. Now they might just look for a dive on the top lane.
It's going to be so easy. Good collection, but a nice little tempered fate, but it leaves your ADC completely alone. Tower is going to fall very quickly. It's being chased on the bot side as well. Minion wave
taking the turret
there, but they're just going to tank it. I don't know why Claritz is actually staying, because the gold is all theirs. Tower is down, and there's that extended gold lead that you're hoping for. 5-1 right now, as the entire bot lane of Lotus Esports is collapsing.
I love that play from Syndicate, and I love that play from Fulls. He prevents the tower dive from happening on the side of a Lotus. They do trade turrets for it, but they get that first tower gold, and they also get the feats, so they are going to get the upgraded boots. They're putting more and more pressure onto Chrome as well. This Jhin has had a really tough time in this game so far, and that's what we talked about kind of in the draft. We said Syndicate needed to try and get Chrome behind, especially with that Jarvan. You have the advantage of an immobile ADC and the ability to catch him out, and they make use of that perfectly. So this has been a great 15 first minutes for Syndicate, but like we've said so many times, the issue with this team is in the 14 to 25 minute mark. That mid game, they have dropped the ball routinely. They have got to go for a slam dunk. They have to keep the ball in their court if they want a chance at winning this game still, Orbital.
100% behind you on that one, Quax, and I think it's going to be a test, because this is where Lotus are also saying, hey, look, we got Robbie Bob starting to hit level 2 ultimate. Rift Walk is available now. You're starting to stack up. Yeah, the Rod of Ages. Yes, it's going to take a while, but it's there. And so you have these other primers in the way, because now it's not just the mid game. I don't even think you have the late game. Theoretically, yes, you have good damage, but you know Cassidy will always be a threat on your back end. So to me, there's so much more than just watching that go down. However, Herald is available. You can't go for that one. Dragon is up in a minute. Dragon stacking isn't really there. And for the second time in this series, we have a Mountain Soul to play for. It's not exactly the most enthralling Dragon to watch, but
no,
not bad to have on your side.
It's really favorable for Lotus too. I think that if you're able to get Mountain Drake against two heavy magic damage threats like the Mel and the Aurora, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually be relevant in the late game fights and have that agency that you expect from them. One way though that you can guarantee some level of priority, some level of space to be bought here for that Drake is by getting that Herald. So Syndicate are going to snag that one up. I think if it's placed in the mid lane right now, it's not going to immediately kill the turret, but I do wonder where their head is at. If they give over this Dragon, I honestly don't favor it. I think you need to be on top of that stacking, and getting a mid lane turret trade is not worth it for Syndicate, in my opinion.
No, but you know what is worth it is catching out at ADC. Alcalamity is going to try and run interference. Very nice. Got this one to go up. Alcalamity is nearly broken here. Curtain Call going to come out. Good tanking by the rest of the squad. And it's a full-on 5v5 in the mid lane, at least until Alcalamity decides to rejoin. Forcing out Alcalamity and forcing out the Featherstorm, though, means Dragon is in your pocket. This is why Syndicate are trying to rush this mid lane tower as well. Couple feathers go out once again. Chad has ult. You can look at this rush if you wish. Robbie Bob trying to stack up, but low on mana.
No turret. Yep, no turret acquired.
Up a little bit, right?
Yep, it is going to remain. Honestly, that burning of the ultimate there from Sage Wave is huge for Lotus. It allows them to play this aggression so much more safely, but Syndicate are going to go in first.
What a bounce house action on top of Chad as well. Porsche is going to try and frontline, but there's no extra damage come out because guess what? Chrome has 0 kills. Robbie Bob has almost nothing, and there's no extra damage to follow. So right now, it is Syndicate full steam ahead.
I mean, Lotus can't realistically fight for this, even if they did have their jungler with them. Or no, I mean, Chad is all of their damage at the current moment. He is the guy with the 1 kill that they have acquired. He's the jungler. You can't contest to the Drake, but they're going to walk up anyway. What are Lotus doing?
I don't know. It feels like they have just lost the entire plot here. No extra damage to follow through. Clarice goes down yet again.
Can Robbie make a miracle play?
Probably not, because he's just in rift walking every which way, losing mana left, right, and center. And this Dragon is already good. It's theirs. Syndicate are pulling ahead.
Really good rebound there from Syndicate. I was getting really worried after Sage burned his ultimate defensively before the Dragon fight even started. So this is a very, very good turn of events for them. They are the first to catch out Chad. Chad, for all the damage that he does, he is very glass cannony at the current moment. He is working on his second item, which will give him some tankiness, but for the time being, he gets caught out. He gets killed. He doesn't have the opportunity to flash away. He doesn't have the opportunity to ult out of the Cataclysm. Syndicate pick him off. They transition it into a Dragon, and they accelerate their game forward. Now the stacking is in their favor, and this is a beautiful win condition when you are faced with the Kassadin on the other side.
This feels like such an interesting flop from the other game, and yet the game still feels like it's on a knife's edge. Notably as well, one of the big reasons why I think Foles has been doing so well, went for the Leandri so early on, just trying to burn through the HP department so quickly. Now it's starting to get that mana, so we'll be able to spell something a little bit faster. I can only expect a little bit more firepower to come out. Syndicate looking to clear out some vision, hoping to get eyes here on this Otacon coming up in just about 15 seconds.
Otacon, next objective here. Both mid laners sparring, scrapping on this part of the map. Robbie is 3 levels away from level 16. That is the metaphorical doomsday clock hitting 12 as Sage maybe caught out a little bit here.
Yes, it is going to be a little bit.
Or does he turn it?
It's so problematic. You are just nothing right now. Clarice goes down. Topside was a push as well, forcing a flash out of Chad. And it's a dub once again. You force the TP out of full, so a little bit of time for Robbie to play. But guess what? All 5 members on the top side.
So Robbie will get some resources on the other side of the map. Sage will be able to catch that wave though, or at the very least prevent Lotus from getting too much, but they lose their main source of damage. So Lotus may be able to turn this if they find an angle.
You're gonna look for it. Porsche trying to run away very, very quickly. Mid lane, though, there's a whole different story. We'll watch the mini-map. Porsche still trying to run good between worlds. Gonna catch Porsche out on the slow end. BB about to have flag and drag up. Nice, unstoppable. Another dash underneath the tower. Can't run away from that one, though, but you're gonna get an immediate all out. Trying to draw away a little bit further, but it ain't gonna work. So it's still valuable for Syndicate as they chase that car all the way to the back alley.
Yep. They are going to not get the Otacon for the time being, but they're going to get more.
Jeez. I don't know what to say. 0-6-1 on your support is rough.
Yeah, Chad maybe has an angle onto BB though, but I don't think you have the damage, and BB also has ult and flash, so tools to get away, plus his team is here.
Oh, but there's another route on the far end. TP coming in here. Robbie
on the flank. Maybe this is it.
Redemption. Not going to hold on. That's kill number 1. Good shield rebuttal to come out. Robbie getting juggled here. Tempered fake going to land, but it's not enough. Execution going to do nothing. That's all of a sudden it's turned. What a route again. Kill given to Robbie Bob. And we are seeing finally signs of life from Lotus.
Lotus, really good flank TP there from Robbie Bob. It puts Syndicate between a rock and a hard place. He's level 14 now, 2 items, almost has the complete Roa as well. Underrated value here with the Kassadin on that item. It'll give you the extra level and get you one step closer to level 16. So that is a really nice thing to have in your back pockets. You're right, though, Lotus, they find their mark, they find their fight, they prevent Syndicate from aggressing too heavily onto them. And most importantly, that Otacon on the top side orbital is still standing.
It's still up. It was down to what, like 3k HP at one point. I think they started.
Yeah, they turned away from it. I feel like they messed up putting Sage toward the bot side. That is your main source of damage. He cannot be the guy catching waves. You need him for the objective. You need him for the threat of keeping a zone, maintaining part of that map in your favor. And they just let it go. And Lotus, because of that, maybe have an avenue back into the game. This Kassadin continues to level up as the game goes by. You've got to keep your eyes on that and keep it in the back of your mind every single time you see a champion like this.
Not just that, I want to call back to game number 1 where you're talking about this factor of kills don't always mean wins. And in this game, it's even more apparent. You take a look at the gold, it's actually in favor of Lotus. They've been more proactive on the map. Chad has been farming up a menace, so matching a 2-item, actually eclipsing here. You can see 8k in a lot of their buckets, 9.2 for the Kassadin. The only one that we're actually watching is Sagawabe on the other side, who has 9.7, not even cresting into 10k. All these factors are here. We're finally
all right, they're going for it.
Otacon once again, but the rest of the team is here. Take a look.
There's no TP onto Robbie Bob. This Kassadin can't join the fight, so this is a beautiful timer for them to actually exploit. You give up the dragon, but so what? It's only second drink to Otacon.
It's just that easy to take. Very, very clean. And yeah, Lotus are just like, well, we're taking scraps. We knew they were going to put their entire team on the top side, so let's get some more gold. Let's just try and build up. We get the dragon for ourselves, and at least it's a match. This back and forth, though, I'm just not thrilled about. We mentioned Syndicate, and I gotta ask you, Quacks, is this a good utilization of the mid game in your opinion?
It's tough to say, because on one hand, getting the Otacon I think is really valuable. You deny all those rose petals from the Kassadin, he gets a ton of levels from that, right? And then he just gets closer to level 16, which he has now hit, by the way, 24 minutes into the game. So Robbie Bob is officially Thanos on the map, but then at the same time, you get third dragon and you actually can threaten soul point. So it's a bit of a pro and con situation, I feel. And I don't necessarily want to say Syndicate made the wrong call going for the top side objective, but it certainly will have its drawbacks. Now, you have to wait a full 10 minutes before threatening that soul, and Lotus can do the same thing, right? You're tied on that stacking.
The stacking's there, but we also take a look at the levels. Robbie Bob already hit level 16 because of that Roa finish. Nearly 2 levels ahead of Foles, and that's going to be that power spike that we were talking about. All of a sudden, that
3 levels ahead of Foles.
Yeah, I don't count the Roa. As much as I hate to say that,
that's fair. I suppose that's fair.
It's still 3 levels, though. You are 100% correct. In technicality, it is 3 levels, and Robbie has also completed Merc Treads, which means you're not catching that Kassadin as easily as before. Sagawabe might be 5-1-2, but you might as well just be 2-2-3.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Seraphs as well. This Kassadin, even if you do catch him out, which is, you know, already a very hard task, you're not going to be able to burst him. So that creates a really difficult situation for Syndicate to actually play around with, especially because they don't have a ton of pen. The only thing that they have in that department is Karsiak wearing the bloodletters, but that's a kind of magic damage item that revs up. You're looking for burst, which at the current moment, Syndicate don't really have. So I think Next Dragon could be kind of the deciding fight here for both of these teams. Syndicate, they've managed to hold on, but we haven't seen a fight in a really long time. The question of if Lotus have outscaled at this point is definitely looming in our minds.
I hate to say it, I think they already have. It's more the factor that Syndicate this time around didn't make the rushed play, right? They have actively understood that, yeah, we've scaled out, we need help. We need to find the perfect engagement. And it's not just about finding Clarice anymore, because Clarice is like, it's 0-6 and 4. At this point, it's a glorified stasis, right? It's a glorified Zanya's for anyone that gets caught.
Yep.
There's no goal, there's nothing. You can't just look for Clarice and say we won the battle anymore.
No, you can. I mean, Clarice at this point isn't even worth much, right? Nope. I feel like this Bard really isn't going to be able to do it for Syndicate at this point. And this is kind of where we get a little bit worried for them too, because they've been in these situations before, and oftentimes they just force an objective, right? Like they would go for the Baron and Lotus would be able to respond. And that has been a very flippy play style. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Well, you have to make sure that you can afford for it to work this time, because there is no do-over. As Robbie Bob, oh my.
Oh, you knew it was coming. You knew it was coming, and we saw it happen in front of our eyes. Now Calamity's about there. That was a 1v1. Now comes the rest. Curtain call comes down. Couple shots ring out. BB is going to run interference, but guess what? That singular kill has rung the gongs of the ending.
I mean, Robbie is low, but he has teleport, so he'll be able to join up with the rest of his team for the Nasher. That's just the power of a level 16, now level 17 Kassadin. It took a little bit, but they finally get it up, and now he's right back to being Thanos.
He's dancing on BB. Chunking out BB means there's gonna be no steal unless you sacrifice your life. Robbie's about to hop right back out. What a tether! BB and Calamity, you are gone. Slides, dies, melts in behind. Destructive work. Saga and Wabe tries their best, but they get nothing. And Quacks just said it. Baron to Lotus.
Yup, Baron to Lotus. A beautiful one fight, a beautiful route there from Clarice. Now they're just gonna go and roll down the mid lane, run at the Syndicate squad. They should be able to knock down all the structures in their path. 30 seconds until the Dragon as well. Does mean it'll more than likely go to Lotus because they get that prio from the Baron buff. And Syndicate, I think, understanding, realizing in real time that they weren't proactive enough, that now they have been outscaled. They have to find some kind of pick onto this Kassadin, but that is so hard with how tanky he is and how much sustain he can actually tank up. What can you get onto Syndicate? How can you pick off Robbie Bob? That has to be the question, but I don't know if there's an answer, Orbital.
I don't think so either. BB has no flash. I hate it. I hate everything. Quack, I hate what.
Oh my god, Chad is just Giga Chad. Giga Chad.
I hate this so much. We watched Syndicate build up some kills in the early game, and Clarice literally inted early on and said, yo, this is inching Bard. Get used to the strat. We are watching the rest of Lotus play around in the enemy base. Fools can do nothing here, as that is destruction in the back line. Syndicate are routed. Ladies and gentlemen, Lotus have crossed, and the white flag is out here as we are on the last possible lap of this race. 2-0, one more to go.
Lotus outscale their opponents. Robbie Bob's Kassadin wreaks havoc in the second game, and the last hurdle is approaching. This game, I mean, you look at the damage graphs and you would assume that blue side probably were the winners of this one here, Orbital, but that is not the case at all.
No, it really wasn't. And props to Saga and Wabe. Saga and Wabe did everything right. You get the kills early that are kind of gifted to you. You rotate out with the rest of your team. You are playing this game about as neatly as you can. But again, it goes back to your point. They weren't pushing, and I mean, there has to be proactivity. It feels like that lull. Quacks, you called it from minute one. The fact that they have this dip in the mid game, how do you get over this kind of dip of just either non-activity or just not having strength in that mid game?
I mean, I will say there are not a lot of champions like Cassidy, right? There aren't a lot of champions where you hit a certain point in the game and you just GG your opponent, right? Another one that comes to mind is like Kale. But
True.
so realistically, that doomsday clock shouldn't be nearly as destructive because Cassidy is now gated from Fearless. I feel like there are very few champions where that becomes such a win condition that the game revolves around it. But I agree with you. I think that this mid game still was just not proactive enough from the side of Syndicate. They were so ahead from the early really fun to see as Lotus. You know, we say Chrome and then we kind of feel like they're a bit figured out. So to see Chad be the guy propelling them forward, to see Robbie Bob be in the driver's seat for a lot of these wins, I think it's been really refreshing, especially ahead of this team possibly getting into that promotion tournament. You don't want to be nearly as one-dimensional. You don't want to be labeled as the Chrome or bust team, so to speak, Orbital. And so I do like that the other Lotus members are taking charge in this series, are presenting themselves as win conditions. It's making them harder for future opponents, and it's making them really difficult for Syndicate as a whole, as it felt like they had shut down Chrome. They had done a decent job at shutting down Chad after he had a really good early game on that volley bear, but a third head from the Hydra propped on up and it roared to life. It was that casted in. So Robbie Bob really propelling them forward, allowing them to get that game number 2 win. So going to game number 3 here, your backs are against the wall. This is a scary prospect, a scary situation for any team to be in, especially though one that is so new to the game, so new to the scene. These players on Sin have never really been in this situation before at this level. So I will be curious to see how they react.
I think they're going to react in a way that at least makes them proud, I think, because no matter what, you know, Lotus is a good team at the end of the day. So we really do hope to see them step up and say, hey, look, we played a tough game. We know it's a tough game. We're still going to come out and play like we mean to win every single moment. Taking a look at the draft, though, Lotus are back on the blue side. Syndicate opted for the red, and that's what we're looking at here. Still the Varus ban coming out, which we can only assume is an Azir ban on the flip side. This has been the bread and butter for almost the entire series.
Yep, so we'll probably be seeing samey bans from what we had displayed from games number 1 and 2 Orbital. At least Lotus, I see no reason why they should really change up their strategy at this point, as it has been immaculate so far. You were saying we know that the Lotus players are good, but honestly, if this is going to be a 3-0, if this is in fact Syndicate's last game, I do definitely have to give credit over to this organization and to the players that participated in it. Syndicate are an extremely new org. This is one of their first open qualifiers. They are brand new to the space, and so to make it all the way to top 4 is a massive accomplishment, I think, for them. And so a huge, beautiful start to an organization that I hope to see more of in the future here if they do not, in fact, win this game and if they do get knocked out. And that same courtesy, I think, should be extended to the players, right? BB, Karsiak, Foles, these are names that are very new to the space and already have come out of the gate swinging, have gone against the best, have challenged the best and made them work for it. So I really am proud of this organization, of the players a part of it, of everybody involved with it as well. I'll extend it to just beyond the people that we see on the screen, Orbital, as they should be taking a bow and they should be walking away with this night with their heads held high regardless of result. You got to give respect to these people. Really proud of what Syndicate have done throughout the course of this open qualifier. But kind of going back to the drafts here, Orbital, Jace going to be the second ban from Lotus. Syndicate going to get that second ban toward a Pantheon, and the Azir may actually be left open. It is, so Lotus, maybe Robbie Bob just snags this one immediately up. You have to think that if Syndicate are letting this one go through, they have an answer into it.
I would assume so, right? We're seeing the Akali, we're seeing a lot more close range up in action, which leads into what we kind of talked about before. If we're talking about Lotus going for a little bit fast action early on, you don't want anything that can also yield off of that. The Akali and the Jace both, if they get a run, it's huge. But no, it's because the Gwen was also open as well. So this is almost a toss or toss. Hey, we'll take this one, we'll give you this power play. We're just constantly trading these big picks. This is almost something that you see in game number 1 a lot of the time.
So now I feel like we were talking about the ball being passed over to Chad in game number 1. The ball was definitely passed to Robbie in game number 2. And now game number 3, it seems like they're going to be giving it over to Porsche. And I think that that is really exciting. I think also top lane has been pretty invisible throughout the course of this series, Orbital. Obviously, we've seen them be kind of a part of the supporting cast. They have been relevant in a lot of those fights. But Karsiak in particular, I think, has been a player that we really watched out for. We were really hyped up in yesterday's broadcast when Syndicate was running through those lower bracket teams. He hasn't made too much of a splash in this series. So now that he has counter pick available, I am curious to see what he'll actually bust up here. The Rumble is available. This is, I would say now more in line with a skill matchup against the Gwen, but certainly one that can punish the Gwen being weak early, as Syndicate are going to snap up the Victor instead of the Azir. I wonder if Lotus are just going to pick the Azir, or if it's going to get completely ignored despite not being banned, Orbital.
I have a feeling it might be that option that I want to say the idea is looming ever higher, right? Like, this is that option of, okay, hey, look, it's too much of a, we have an answer for your answer every single time. So maybe you do just circumvent that. Now you got to look at other options, you know, hey, take the Azir off the table. Let's look at something else. Let's look at other options like the jungle, which we have just talked about. And that's a little bit wrong. We'll double check that here in a little bit. We will make sure of that one, because if that's true, I mean, listen, we got to break the game somehow. And I appreciate the idea in there. So if that's actually a Pantheon, that's true. The Galio on the flip side is also available, it looks like. So you go for a little bit more team fight action. Lotus are setting up what looks to be almost a top side heavy matchup instead, saying, look, we're going to go the Galio in the mid lane. We've had Robbie Bob be the carry. We've had Chrome look to be a supporting carry. We've had Chad be the carry. Let's give a little love over there up to Porsche, who has done their due diligence as well.
So a little bit of an update. That was an Azir ban. Yep. Thank you, production, for fixing that.
Okay.
And then I do believe it was a Pantheon pick. So yeah, that makes a little bit more sense as to why we didn't see the Azir orbital. As now Lotus, like you said, they pick up the Galio. This, like you said, leads over to maybe a bit more of a topside focus comp, as Syndicate are gonna go for the Riven on 3 here against the Gwen. This is a pocket pick of Carciax. We've seen a few of these over the course of this open qualifier, Orbital, but it has never gotten to a point where, or almost, I want to say never gotten to a point where he has needed to unleash this onto the Rift. Now though, Lotus have a few options with how they want to deal with this. I think the combo of Riven and Pantheon is really scary if they can get accelerated. So Lotus ideally maybe just try and set up for swaps later down in this game, put Riven in a 1v2 situation and make it hard for him to actually create that space. And one way you can do that is by drafting more ranged champions. This draft gets more spicy by the pick, Orbital. Kindred locked in here for Chad.
And remember, that was actually picked before the Rivens. So this is an understanding that we are keeping Victor and the Pantheon at range, which I appreciate once again. So this is Syndicate kind of throwing down for Stalin. This is what we mentioned before. This is the do or die moment. You got to pull out all the stops. Riven is not that high on the tier list, in my opinion. It's strong in the hands, I'm sure, of Carciac, who has shown a penchant for being this annoying, thrilling player to watch if given the opportunity to scale in. But I'm looking at these bans and I'm excited to see what the next ones are. This is going to be a bot side focus now. We're looking at that support. We're looking at that ADC and we're going, things are going to get a little bit wild. I wouldn't even be surprised to see heavy emphasis on just supports outright and just leave the ADCs their own kind of device.
I feel like at this point in the game, one thing that Lotus really need is just another form of engage. So I do think a support from Lotus here will probably constitute a little bit of engage, right? We've obviously got things like the Rel still open and available. I think that Lotus would be really wise to go for that. As for the 80 carry picks though, Orbital, I feel like we're probably going to be seeing something that is capable of weak siding. Both of these top sides being snagged up immediately, they're both extremely gold and economy reliant. And so I do think that means the ADCs of this match will probably be put on the back burner a little bit. Caitlyn is an interesting pick. While not necessarily exclusively in the category of weak side, has the range capable of pushing out the waves at a safe distance and never really having that never really giving the opportunity rather over to Lotus to actually look for that engage, as Lotus are going to snag up the Rel. I mean, what do you put here for Chrome? You could do something like a Misfortune. I think that is an option. They're going to go for the Senna instead. This is in line with what we wanted to see, Orbital, scaling up, being willing to weak side. And I think that this has a lot of extra added value. That Shroud will be really good at making sure that you can seal your engage with the Rel and possibly Galio.
And I appreciate this one as well, that Braum at the very end, that R5 lock-in for Syndicate to bring a little bit of functionality to the rest of it. We were just talking about the fact that Lotus had that scaling, had that range, have a lot of that kind of skirtability. Well, now you have the Braum to help out. Now, is it going to be enough, though, is a big question, because the engage from Karsiak and BB will only do so much. Al Calamity has so much weight on his shoulders, I feel like this is a lot of weight for Al Calamity, who has had an interesting series overall, but I want to see more. Either way, Lotus coming out with some very carry heavy champions, Syndicate breaking out the Riven as well. It's going to be a thrilling game 3 either way.
You were saying the weight is on Al Calamity's shoulders, but I feel that it is in that top lane. Karsiak, who has struggled to have an identity in this series against Porsche so far, has been pretty invisible in the grand scheme of things. Now at the forefront of the attention, not just for Syndicate to get ahead, but likely for Lotus to put behind at the same time, as I feel like with that Riven being put into the gutter, it opens up a lot more opportunities for Gwen to get gold, for Lotus to side lane, to attack on more than one front. We'll have to wait and see as we are onto the Rift for game number 3. Syndicate, this is their last chance. This is do or die time, and Lotus one step away from getting back into that promotion tournament where they found themselves 1 year ago.
And the story comes full circle. That's how it is. You get knocked down, you fight right back, and you are just mere feet away, mere pixels away from reaching your way into that victory. Also, big shout out here on the night. We appreciate y'all for still tuning into this broadcast. I know we had an extended break, but our observation, the production side has been awesome. Big shout out to Caddy for running both obs and production for us, if you didn't see them before on a lot of our announcements. So we want to give love over there just as well. Very quiet battle lines being drawn here, though. Very, very silent, very just... Let's see what happens. Supports, though, obviously going for those unsealed spell books once again, calling out for the rotates, calling down for a lot of shenanigans here in the early game.
It's the calm before the storm, Orbital. The Karsiak on this Riven going to have to strike Lotus down with this Riven. He's rocking the Ignite as well, so he is looking to play for lane. He is looking to put the hands onto Porsche, looking to set this Gwen behind. We'll have to see how capable he is at actually doing that. Porsche famously, I think, has been really good at understanding when to back off, when to weak side, and when to just live to fight another day. I kind of put him in the same vein as a player like Philip, who is very good at being weak-sided, very good at understanding the scaling game necessary to play top lane. That is something that you as Syndicate just cannot let happen. Curiously enough, BB is actually pathing toward the bot side, so no immediate jungle help going to be received by the top laner of Syndicate, but on those respawns, maybe he looks for an angle.
Go ahead and just get some extra vital movements around the map. This is also one of those that vision is going to be extra important.
Level 2 dinged.
The lane as well. We're seeing this dance here. Great stun down as Clarice eats the damage, but Chrome is allowed to kind of free fire. I want to call attention to the warding. I've never seen.
He's going back in.
That's a wards. Clarice though dodging, gets a double stun down, another chunk, and that's straight up first blood. Start out strong. This is reminiscent game number 1.
Yeah, inside me there are 2 wolves, says Clarice. There's the Bard that goes over aggressive and gets taken down, but then there's also the Rel that gets aggressive and gets my ADC the first bit of gold injection in the game. It's flash and heal burn from All Calamity as well, so that is not a good sign for the Syndicate bot lane, as more action on the map.
Not just in one area. You can see the rest of the team coming around the corner. Topside though, Porsche in a rough spot, flash out by Karsiak. So Porsche recognizing that this might not be in a great spot, but of course that's over aggressive.
He's still level 1.
Bot side. Let's go ahead and keep fighting. Nice little tether over the wall. Clarice goes. That's gonna be killed right back, but of course the tower is starting to play a little bit of dividend. Around the corner comes in Fools, but Fools has to flash away. BB wants to fight again. A lot of traps going down here, but Rest of the squad gets out, so for all the chaos, it is still there. No way. No way Chad gets this freedom. That shielding ain't gonna do anything.
Mark.
Last drop is there. All of a sudden, Syndicate Wabi's low. Another sound to come through, but no one can follow up. It's still gonna be the feat of warfare for Lotus at 3.5 minutes.
And they keep doing it every single game. Chad just invades BB. He keeps doing the same strategy, but Syndicate, they have no answer. He's gonna steal away the Gromp. Along with those 2 kills, this Kindred is 2-0 at 4 minutes here. Maybe is going to get not 1, but 2 marks on the top side as that Crab has the mark still on it. This is such a good start for Lotus and way more snowbally of a comp than what we're used to seeing them from in those previous 2 games.
What is Porsche doing, though? What are we watching Porsche do here?
He's baiting.
Bait him so much over the wall, and Karziak had a good idea. Either way, this dance of death that Lotus are playing here yielding results yet again.
Yep. Really good stuff coming out here from the jungler of Lotus. I think Chad has been so impressive over the course of this best of 5. It's been very difficult, I think, for him to look for those plays without going too deep, without over-aggressing where he doesn't need to. This game, though, it has been perfect. He has been finding every angle. He has been so proactive in the early game at setting up his own conditions. And now the result is a 2-0 Kindred with 2 marks at 5 minutes. And now Claritz is going in on Sage, who has no flash.
And they just want to keep fighting. Clarit's not going to back away as Chrome gets all the chunks in the world. And you're just watching Sage Wabe being like, bro, I'm trying to get those headshots. I'm trying to line up that damage. There's almost nothing. And Clarice is just like, dude, I'll keep aggressing all day long. Lotus now controls so much of this map, except for the top side where Porsche is just like, dude, okay, I'll stop playing so aggressive. Let me just farm up and wait for my jungler.
I feel like now the option here from Porsche is saying, okay, well, my bot side is ahead. My entire team is ahead. When you're in this kind of a situation, the thing you have to do is just not fall behind, right? You just have to make sure that you are relevant. You don't even have to be ahead. You just have to make sure that your opposition isn't creating a win con for the other team to play around. Because if that that Riven gets ahead, then suddenly Syndicate have an angle back into this game. And now maybe BB has an angle on to Claritz.
What a double tether, by the way. I want to point that out. This is a level of understanding of how this game is going to play out. Chrome waited inside of the brush, still
Chad
decided to dance, and it was just so good. Comfortability getting the double tether, and Claritz was safe. And now we're watching Karziak get eaten up, but
look at Chad, he's invading again.
Easily so, and it's not just that.
He got the
second time. Ain't no way Foles can help out as he is left empty in the mid lane.
This is amazing aggression coming out from Lotus. Dragon is up. They've got priority in both lanes. This should be easy pickings here for Lotus. BB still level 4, almost 7 minutes into the game, being starved out of every camp, starved out of every opportunity to actually make a play onto the lanes. This game is a stomp orbital, more so than games number 1 and 2.
It's only going to continue. I hate saying that. It's only going to continue. There goes the dragon. At this point, it's an inevitability, and I hate and love it at the same time. I mean, this is the kind of game, if you're sitting on Syndicate's side, that you're just frustrated. This is one of those games where you're like, bro, where is my team? You know, you're sitting there as a jungler, and yet you know everyone's trying their freaking damnedest just to try and stay alive in these matchups. Lotus has done so well. They are playing their game. They're showing their strengths, and it's only going to power up ever further. BB just now getting the red.
Chad is on the bot side of the map, so I wonder if BB actually decides to go for this crab. You can see that Claritz is actually defending it, knowing that his jungler's intentions are to take that. Yeah, BB's just going to give it up. I think he understands, like, I have flash, but I need to be using this to try and make an aggressive play. I can't be affording to use this defensively, because at this point, the timer for you to, you know, accelerate your Riven is dwindling. Because Karziak, even though he's not behind, he's not ahead. There's no win condition for Syndicate at this point, and that just is so bad to be using flashes defensively instead of, you know, getting the opportunity to actually get someone ahead. So it's 4 marks for Chad at 8 minutes. This is the big mark for any Kindred. Getting 4 marks means that you are super accelerated, you are super ahead, and it is always such a scary thing to be staring down when it is this early into the game that you hit that break point.
I do love the fact, though, that right now Syndicate are still trying to play towards the side of the map where they have some control. Looking at the tower dive here, BB is in the area. They can't prep this, but a pinch on the top side could be a difference. Porsche knows, though. Porsche knows that this is a no. It's got
back cancel on top side.
Yeah, we were watching this.
Ooh, wait, there's the hero's entrance.
It's looking like a chance, but can you get there in time? Yes, you do. How long do you stay alive? Slam on in, double taunt. The damage is around, but do you have enough? Another pop to the back of the head. Robbie can't follow through, though. And it was a well-placed attempt. Very, very well. One more Winds of War could take it away. Double jump in. That's the pinch that you want. What a turnaround as BB and Karsiak are just saying, please, we need to make a play, and they do it.
Love that play there coming from them. They sync their flashes. They look for the aggressive play, and they find 2 for BB. And oh, hang on.
Gimme tower dive, good tether in, but Clarice is recognizing that you got to stay alive, and you barely do. Tower dive not working on the top side, but guess what? Who's roaming up? It's Chad.
Chad is in the area, but so is Foles, who has flash, has ultimate available. So this Kindred has to be really careful about overstaying.
Oh no, this is a problem. But you're good. You got what you wanted. So secondary,
yeah, you got the mark.
Has been covered.
You got the mark as well, so that's 5 now for the Kindred, I believe, at this point in the game. Basically means that even though it's a double kill over to the Pantheon, still you are in the driver's seat as far as gold differential goes, as we do see a quick little graph on display here. Nothing super consequential, honestly. It's these like little granular leads from Lotus that have just compounded into around 1,000 gold lead here at 10 minutes. It's not the end of the world, but I feel like the biggest thing that we have to keep in mind here, Orbital, is just how hard Lotus scale, right? I mean, you've got the Senna, you've got the Gwen. If the gold lead is in your favor at this point in the game, at this point, I feel like it's only going to balloon. So Syndicate need to be continuing their proactivity. We need to see more plays like we did on the bot side. BB has ultimate. That Grand Starfall is amazing at catching stragglers out of position. So if they can keep using that, if they can use that tool, they can find a way back into this game. They also just need to get more gold into Karsiak. So those 2 things, if they can meet those objectives, they will have a solid, firm chance at meeting Lotus on even footing in the mid game.
I would like to point out that Lotus in game number 1 had, on average, a 500 gold increase in their lead. Every minute of the game. That was how fast they were going. So they were on track until stuff like this continued to happen. It's a 3v1 on the top side, so Chrome and Clarice are going to try and get as much tower planing as they can. Not only that, you can see Robbie Bob looking to do the same. This is poor Porsche, though. You chose the Gwen. It's getting punished, rightfully so.
Oh my god.
You're still alive.
No, don't ego it. They're going to go over. They're going to go over.
It's gonna go, but how long can you burn? You got enough time, but Karsiak is very happy about getting these extra kills in the
Yes, Karsiak did not want to let that guy go. He was saying, Bismillah, we will not let you go. This man is on the Queen band decades after they retired and disbanded Orbital. Regardless, though, I feel like them over chasing for that kill does open up opportunities for Lotus on the bot side. It took them a really long time to get down to Porsche, so Lotus can push out the mid lane. They will take control of the bot side river. The dragon is up, and that Drake stacking just adds on to the already scary late game that they present.
Now this is gonna be that tower dive, but in the mid lane as that's body blocked in.
Whoa,
go back to the fight. We want to see the fight. There it is. Another pinch as 2 are held. Rest of the team coming in like the freaking Avengers right now as BB Swag gets swagged on, and Full can do nothing as that's a 3-for-0 for Lotus Esports.
And Lotus just utilized their global ultimates perfectly. They find the engage onto Sage. The flashless Caitlyn can go nowhere. And they will secure themselves the dragon. It was looking like it might tread toward even footing for these teams after Karsiak got that kill onto Porsche, but Lotus give them a firm reminder of who is still driving the ship as they are going toward land, and that land is looking like the promotion tournament with each passing minute, Orbital.
No time to rest. The movement continues for them as well. They're pushing this pacing forward as soon as possible. They know it's been a long day. They know it's been a long period of time for the series alone.
Yeah, it has.
And they want to end it cleanly for themselves. No room to doubt. You can already see wards being dropped on the top side, maybe looking to harness a little extra energy, but the Dragon already gone 2 in their pocket. And at 15, that's going to be a hero to play for. Porsche now saying, okay, listen, I can't duel out Karsi yet, but maybe I can take out Fools. In they go. Needlework not going to live, but they're setting up the tower yet again.
They're just going to keep pressing the issue onto Fools, who does have flash, as Karsiak may be going for a kill.
Oh, what a flash, and then a catch.
Nice.
Very nicely done, but Chad does the exact same on the bot side, and that's what prompted that jump in from Karsiak, I think, is you knew Chad was diving. This is now blow for blow, zero defense on either end, just kill for kill's sake.
And Robbie is more than happy to, I feel like, absorb that pressure, because at the end of the day, the Galio isn't economy reliant. You are looking to get your gold into the Gwen, into the Kindred, and now the Gwen maybe in a little bit of trouble.
There's no way out. This is going to be that finish and piece of the pie.
Yes,
very
flash.
nice done flash over the wall, but that's a flash followed by BB. Easy pickup, but you still leave your mid tower again. It is blow for blow. There is zero defense in this game. Someone's going to die, and someone's going to get tower. Someone's going to get gold.
But still, that's what we talked about. What we needed to see from BB was utilizing that grand starfall, looking for these stragglers, and they do find Porsche. So the Gwen falling behind in this game. We haven't really talked about it, but Porsche is 0-3 right now on this pick. He has been, I think, kind of punished a lot in this game. I think Karsiak has done a really good job at laning 1v1 against this pick. And then also, he's just playing a little too far up. So the solo laners of Lotus at the current moment really struggling, but the jungle and ADC are a completely different story. So I feel like going 15 minutes into this game, the plates have fallen. We have drawn these battle lines of who the win conditions are on both sides. BB is definitely that one for Syndicate. This Pantheon needs to find a way to bridge that lead over toward the Riven, and most importantly, over toward the Victor, as that is your late game carry.
Looks like they're going to try and do so. Heavy influence here on the bot side. Herald was taken away by Lotus, but Syndicate trying to apply pressure here on the bot side of the map, just having BB in position, but quick Herald drop as well. So a quick pilot here, followed by the wave, is going to crash into this top side. Karsiak waiting for a teammate to join on in. Is this actually going to be challenged? Multiple members climbing on up. Grand Starfall not available, so it is just going to be a tower to go.
It will take a tower for their efforts now. Maybe Foles caught out, does have flash.
Then you try and flash away, but the needlework catches you on the back end. However, you are quite fast thanks to a little bit of that phase rush, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah, good escape there from the Victor. Porsche is also pretty low, so he's not really going to be able to threaten that tower. Full should be able to just catch that wave on the Victor. He's slowly but surely scaling up on this pick. I know a lot of debate has been had around Leandries as an item right now over things like the Blackfire Torch, and I'm actually kind of interested on people's thoughts with this one, because I'm not sure I agree with the Leandries first. I think that in a game where you are expected to be heavily pressured, heavily punished, you would ideally want to go for the cheaper item just to get an earlier spike. But regardless, that Leandries is there for the Victor, so we'll have to see if it pays off at any point in this game. Drag it up in about a minute. You can see both teams are more or less gravitating toward that bot side, but it is so much easier for Lotus to play around this space, get those deep wards, as they do have both tier 1 turrets of mid lane and top lane taken down. If they can take that bot lane turret before that spawns, that just extends that vision line all the more further, and Syndicate have to be so careful where they step.
They're doing so. Double Scryer's Bloom's hit, and yet they can't clear that pink ward, by the way. Clarice has basically been sitting on top of that one. Top side being pushed out here as well, but keep in mind there is a TP available. Recall coming in for Clarice as well, just saying, hey, we're going to play this one nice and smart. No big deal. And the vision lines being drawn, Syndicate keeping their eyes open. So everyone kind of playing the right game as we see Tether being balanced as the cleanse comes out. Calamity's like, all right, burn that spell, right back to another one. But it's Robbie Bob yet again getting jumped on here, recognizing that, hey, I really don't want this, but there's no way out. Flashes to safety and a nice sidestep straight back in for the battle. Re-engagement number 2. Rest of the team might be around. Karsiak and BB's flag though say, okay, can't go any further here. Have to play with the team.
You got to keep your eyes on Karsiak. This level 13 Riven, highest in the game, has the potential to turn this fight around, turn this game around, turn this series around. It's like we've said so many times, Lotus are one step away from getting into that promotion tournament, but it all starts here for Syndicate. It all starts with a miracle play as Karsiak has the flank. Drake to about 5,000.
They're still waiting, just waiting for a chance for Rabio to join on in. On the backside, they are getting kited. This Dragons get a little bit awkward. Flash over the wall. Good smite coming in from BB, and they get it. But in comes that great entrance, but it's stopped yet again. Split fight, though, as Porsche takes on Karsiak, and it's still alive to tell the tale. No one's gone down just yet. Clarice with the stun can't get over the wall. And it looks like Syndicate get everything. They get the kill, plus the Dragon.
And I mean, it's a support kill, too, right? So Clarice goes down. Syndicate get the Dragon. They get a kill. They steal the objective, and now they're going to take control of the mid lane. They probably aren't going to be able to kill it. They don't have the grubs. That is that lack of value coming in. So I think Lotus save it for now, or maybe they just turn it onto Robbie Bob. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very scary TP, though. That was a very scary TP, we have to be honest.
Yep. We're seeing that value of Karsiak in the back line. Even though the Riven wasn't the main focus, he kept so many members of Lotus at bay of just being able to reinforce Clarice to save their support. They weren't able to do so. So although the Riven doesn't get the gold, that value is shown in real time in the Dragon fight, and Syndicate tie up the kill count and a chance back into this game, a chance back into this series, and that reignition of hope for the promotion tournament in their sights here, Orbital. I feel like the next thing they have to do, Otacon on the bot side, if you can take that bot lane turret, if you can extend that vision line onto the bot side jungle, you can really use some of those creative flank angles that Karsiak can do with the Riven.
1000% true. Feeling of all the weights on the shoulders, and you appropriately called it. I just didn't expect what level we were going to be sitting at, right? Karsiak is going to be that backbone, waiting for a chance for maybe, you know, Fulls to get a little bit extra damage in there as well. You're mentioning that difference between the itemization, where we are still just seeing full burn come out here. Another haunting, guys, for them. Saga Wabe, who's been stuck on the back corner, still down in the CS department, but is able to keep up with the executioner, might be able to get a little bit of extra damage. Bottlenecking here, though, as Lotus say, okay, let's start looking at this next objective, and let's look for a free kill. We can shred through the Otacon, but maybe we can shred through some extra HP. I don't think they want to test it, though. The Otacon's pretty much gone already. No challenge whatsoever, so it is going to be pinged out here. Information granted, but Full's not in the area. Free Otacon. Hand it over to Lotus Esports.
Syndicate may be looking for some type of return play, though, but it's just too late. It's too little. They are going to pick up that Otacon, like you said. At the end of the day, yeah, it's really hard to regain control of a zone once a champion like Galio and Rel have owned it, right? Because you're walking into an AoE taunt, you're walking into an AoE root and an AoE stun. Now Lotus are walking into Syndicate.
This is how you take space back, though. An immediate TP to cut off their aggression. BB has no extra shielding. Guess
wow, he lives!
And maybe you get back.
Karsiak!
And now you run. Shadow's on the wrong side of the map. There's no way for you to live. But in comes the rest of the team.
He's alive!
He's trying to stay and help. In comes Galio ultimate, and with the land's respite, everyone is almost safe. But in comes the re-engagement. Fools saying Fulls is set to play. And you only lose one. It's once again Porsche who falls.
That survivability coming through from Syndicate, from Karsiak in particular, who finds himself on the back line, but manages to get away. He picks up a kill as well. So this Riven now 4-0-2. Is there reignition of hope in this game? The redemption may come from the broken blade of their top laner. The Syndicates up in kills, still behind in gold, but a dragon in about a minute means that they could equalize the Drake count and maybe get an additional win condition, stall out this game just a little bit more. This would be so impactful, not only because this dragon almost certainly will bring a fight that Syndicate can take advantage of to get Karsiak even further ahead, but the timing it brings as well would be huge for Fulls.
And Karsiak
just blows him up.
Beautiful pickoff. Now can they get a little bit more? Nice blast going out. The tech is perfect. No extra time to come through, so the dance is already out, and you're good. Now it's taken by Syndicate as they turn on to that mid lane, and they're going to chase even further because Fools is now going to run interference. All of a sudden, this is Syndicate chasing out and around. Great stun right back. Storm will hold them steady as the gravity well denies, and that's 2 more as Syndicate turn the play for themselves.
I mean, Porsche is on the top side, so maybe he gets some damage onto the turret, but that's not going to matter. That's the proverbial participation award coming out here from Lotus, as they have lost so many members. They have lost 3. The Dragon is up in 5. Syndicate should be able to equalize the Dragon count, and the comeback is real here, Orbital.
You can hear the chase even. They pit stop for this Dragon, but are looking to try and cut off Porsche, and this is disaster upon disaster upon disaster. It is out of this world problematic. And Lotus have to recognize that, hey, maybe we played a little bit too close to the sun. Porsche got annihilated in the top lane.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Robbie Bob ain't getting anything. We almost have to play safe now. That is not a word in the dictionary.
Especially not for Lotus, who are a scaling comp, right? We're looking at the 25 to 30 minute mark for that Senna to really be accelerated, for that Gwen to really be accelerated. If you are not able to hit that stride, if you allow Karziak even more time to run over this game on the Riven, that's extremely problematic, Orbital. He's 5-0-4. He's got 3 items. You can't give him any more time to be in the driver's seat of this game. You have got to find these breakpoints capable of matching him. But they are on a timer to do so.
Really are. Of course, at this current moment, we are still almost dead even. Gold sitting at about 42k apiece, 2 dragons apiece. Now that gold is going to swing a little bit further, but it is going to increase for value. But for all intents and purposes, even though the last fights have been going their way, they don't have a definitive lead. If they overstep, if things go wrong, Chad can rip it right back. Porsche can get an injection of gold. Robbie Bob can get...
Oh, wait, Porsche face checked into Karziak.
This could be dangerous overall, though, and Porsche is out. Karziak doesn't know where anyone else is, doesn't want to chance it.
Karziak with that lack of information. I love that call out, as maybe Foles is in a bit of trouble.
Flash. Very, very nice flash, but over the wall. Now you get the slow, and I don't think Foles is going to last. Great pick up there, lands right into Chad's pocket. And the problem abound now, as this is going to look at a Baron possibility.
But this is a dangerous game for Lotus. I mean, Karziak has a bunch of tools available. That Ignite is up. If they can try and just, you know, shorten the distance between them and Lotus, the Ribbon can rip them to shreds. But here we go.
Glacial Fissure on 1, in goes the needle, work around the corner.
Karziak is in!
But it's a beautiful Lamb's Respite! It's a double up on the safety as in comes a head charge. Baron ripping through extra HP though as Chrome tries to keep everyone alive. Healing coming through. Flash forward by BB. BB though gets targeted and denied by a kite out. And they get Thug and Wabi. Thug and Wabi tries to do their best and they do take him down. But it's only one alive and it's Porsche, the one that needed the gold, who gets a triple on their back.
Yup, triple for the Gwen, officially back in this game. One of the messiest fights of the entire series, but it still goes Lotus's way. They find 4, Syndicate finds, they find 5, Syndicate find 4. But I feel like Syndicate are still happy with that result. They deny the Baron. Lotus can't finish that objective. They can't find that win condition, that major injection in gold, and the game will resume. But a Gwen that comes onto the Rift much stronger, maybe just the difference that Lotus were looking for.
I cannot believe it happened either. Chad barely getting that Lamb's Respite down. That is what turned the tides there. Karziak, though, most notably, hung on to that flash. A quick jump onto someone like Clarice, like Chrome, will annihilate the HP bars. And the fact that the Dragon is up in 2 minutes means we're right back in for this Baron dance. Scuttle has been taken, and this is everyone coming around the corner. So guess who has gold? We are watching that damage chart. Let's see if round 2 comes the same way. Karziak in a rough spot as they get chunked out. It's a meeting of the most fed members on either team.
Karziak just has to be careful where he steps. We saw him become mortal in that last fight. The Ribbon did go down, and the shutdown went over to the Gwen, who now has a Seekers. So a little bit of extra defensive stats coming here for Porsche. It also allows him to make those plays knowing that he has the safety of that active item to bail him out. Frankly, Lotus have been playing this game a little too much on a knife's edge. They have so many safety tools. Now, though, they're just going to rip the Baron. They're going to go for the 5v5. Karsiak reset. The Riven isn't here.
Whoa! We talked about this mid lane action. This is going to be a grand slam.
No way.
No, this not
Okay.
No, it's not even close. BB goes down. Disaster strikes for Syndicate. Quacks, what happened?
That's just unlucky for Syndicate. I mean, they didn't have their Riven. They didn't have Karsiak. I think if Karsiak was there, they can maybe try and look to turn the fight with Fulls having TP, but it's just not possible. They don't have the firepower without their top laner. Karsiak, now, I feel like his aggression has to be stalled for the foreseeable future. That Baron is going to create so much space for Lotus to play with, and it's space that the Riven, with how immobile she is, still cannot make that up. Dragon up in about 10 seconds. Because the Baron push is so effective here for Lotus, it'll almost certainly go their way. This will be sole point for them, and the game is starting to fall apart all over again for Syndicate.
It hurts so much, and I was about to say this cascading effect. It's truly the beginning of the end. In goes a quick taunt as Robbie-Bot is going to try and hang on.
They need to take the turret.
They got it, and Chrome is now here to play. All of a sudden, this fight is split once again. What a double root! Double root to taunting Shadow to instant death.
Karsiak
goes full send to the absolute Shadow realm. Karsiak is going to try, but there ain't no safety here. Chase on in, and an explosive ending. What I could not foresee. It's a triple here for Chad. It's a game 3 for Lotus. And my God, we watched the game freaking crash from the excitement all around.
The game crashes right at the final hurdle. Orbital, I had a banger end call ready to go. It was in the chamber. A Syndicate are one step away from falling, but the spectator delay does not want us to see it. This is maybe the funniest possible time for the game to go into freeze mode.
Lotus broke our brains, our backs, the backs of freaking Syndicate. It broke Rito itself.
I am insulted. I am insulted that happened.
I've never had the rug,
you know,
the floor in the house.
All the things that happened today, the 2-hour pause, the technical difficulties with the technical difficulties with our feed, all of that. I feel like this is the worst defender. I'll take the 2-hour pause. I'll be like, all right, fine. I can watch YouTube, but I don't have any emotional stake in the game. Now I have emotional stake. And the
Why? Damn scoreboard off our screen. We don't want to see that. That is a win that we want to see the end of. Are you freaking kidding me? I hate you, Lotus. I hate you, Syndicate, because you had one of the most glorious endings ever. It would have been a tragedy for the likes of Syndicate, and it is, because you could see the gold mounting, and yet for Lotus it is almost redemption, as yet again they cleanly take out Syndicate from upper bracket to lower.
It's over here. Chad and the rest of Lotus, they're saying our seasons are reversed. It is your fall. It is our spring. The Lotuses are in bloom. And they are going to the promotion tournament for round number 2. They found themselves in this scenario, in this tournament last year. They barely failed to get into the NACL. This time, though, they are looking to rewrite that story and give it a happy ending.
Happy endings are abound, but not without a massive amount of blood, sweat, and tears. This entire series was a battleground of many, and as you called it, Syndicate need to walk away proud. They might have lost here. It might not be the prettiest scoreboard, but my God, do they have a long road that they can create history of their series. I'll be very impressed on their own as well. Of course, with that being said, that is crazy. At the end, I cannot believe how it ended. Quacks, this is the end of our broadcast. Any final words here?
No, I mean, really just major congratulations over to Lotus. I was really impressed with Syndicate, though. I feel like this is an organization that should stand damn proud for what they accomplished here. A new organization. This is basically their first open qualifier. And to see them make it this far, is a major accomplishment. So I hope to see them again in 2026. I hope to see them in ACL when that fall rolls around. They are still playing in the current summer ACL, so go support the organization there if you want to see more of them. Just a major congratulations over to them. But again, you gotta give it over to the victors. Lotus,
Yep.
I can't wait to see them in that promo tournament. I can't wait to see what they'll do and if they'll change the ending from what happened last year. My name has been Quacks. That has been Orbital on the other side. Thank you to Caddy over on the production. Thank you to the audience for sticking with us through trials, tribulations, pauses, and above. We will see you guys all next time. Have an amazing night.